Let me go upstairs, because then I'm gonna pick up the phone. I gotta just go see Terry.
for like 30 minutes, but they won't let me pass, so. They told me to be here at 5:15.
Do you want me somewhere? Well, let me ask first, are we going elsewhere or?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll be here temporarily as we're going to open up and then we'll go to the city manager's office.
Okay, so should I set up here and take that down, or I have to?
Pack up everything. Okay. And I work with you before. If I start talking and it seems like I'm going too fast,
Okay,
just give me a signal.
okay, all right.
Because I say it sometimes, I think it's a northern thing. Sometimes people from up north seem to talk faster than the people who are native, to the south.
Yeah.
At least that's what we see. We think that, we don't talk too fast. We sound talk slower, but I guess it's perspective. But I do know sometimes I get caught up, and I want to make sure.
Sometimes people with that southern accent are a little hard to understand, so. They get into their words and I'm confused. And you don't have any outside counsel that attends this, it's just you?
Yes.
All right. I'm used to doing the county, there's always outside counsel.
I need the staff.
Hey, you gotta frisk that guy, man.
Yes. Frisk thoroughly.
Oh, good, our court reports.
We open up here
No, it's a drawing pattern that's skipping. So it just keeps skipping.
I left the house at 5:30 this morning. Wayne represented us at Fort Lee City on the other day. Praise the Lord. What was that for the rain? Yeah. Yeah. I had a feeling everybody else was gonna be busy, so I didn't leave it there, man. Well, that's all they were talking about. What's nuts about it is there's no documentation to go with it. There's no bill to implement it, to explain how things are done.
What did you say was the one that's combining the three lots? That,
Actually, two. First reading. Oh, yeah.
You shouldn't say a word if that. You shouldn't say a word.
I'm surprised there's so much.
Okay. The attorney-client session is being requested by the city attorney to obtain the city council's advice concerning the following litigation. Aqua Property versus Bayfront Community Redevelopment Agency and the city of Palm Bay, case number 05-2023-Charlie Alpha-046196. The following persons will be in attendance: Mayor Ron Medina, Deputy Mayor Mike Jaffe, Councilmember Kay Johnson, Mike Hammer, and Chandler Landry. City Manager Matthew Morton, City Attorney Patricia Smith, and the Certified Court Reporter Elizabeth Body. The subject matters of this meeting shall be confined to settlement negotiations or strategy sessions related to litigation expenses. I estimate the session shall last approximately 30 minutes, and the entire session shall be recorded by a certified court reporter. And off we go. say common sense, not simple.
Not since it's common.
Are you building you?
I'm ready for a break.
Well, ooh,
Oh, man, I gotta get my hat. Where'd you put mine? The mayor threw me out on it. This meeting is now reopened, and it's now closed. This special council meeting. Carry on, ma'am.
You know what though? I feel that is sometimes it's sweet, I'm trying to get nervous and stutter, yeah, he just swings it, it's okay. I'm gonna give, we'll get.
Smokes. We used to sit close together at home.
Okay, everybody go like this, you ready? All right,
This could lead to something.
shut up.
Okay.
Ready? All right, we're on an airplane.
It's about how flying is.
Like in the middle seat.
Pastor Lou Figueroa, are you here? Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here. Okay, 1 minute. God bless you. It is now 1800 hours. I'm going to call this regular council meeting 2025-30 to order. The invocation will be led by Pastor Lou Figueroa of City Church, and our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilman Mike Hammer. Come on up, Pastor. All rise. No, right here, Pastor. Right on the mic. There we go.
All right, please join me in prayer. Lord and Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this great community of Palm Bay, the great state of Florida, and the amazing country, the United States that we get to live in. Lord, we just pray over this meeting tonight, Lord. We pray that your presence would be felt here. Lord, we pray that we would be guided by you. We pray for wisdom and discernment. We thank you for our council members, and we thank you for the way that they serve you by serving this community. And so, Lord, we just pray for wisdom and guidance for them. Lord, we always pray that you would continue to grow and perfect and continue to build our community. And thank you for the privilege and an honor to serve our community. And Lord, we continue to want to chase after you and for Palm Bay to be a bright beacon for our entire country to see and model after. So, Lord, we just continue to submit our community to you, Lord, and we just thank you and pray that this night would be guided by you. And we pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah! Madam Leffler,
Mayor Medina,
present.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe,
Present.
Councilman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Hammer,
Present.
Councilman Langevin,
Present.
Mr. Morton,
Present.
Ms. Smith.
Here.
Okay, agenda revisions. Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I have two tonight. The Planning and Zoning Board recommendation has been added along with modifications to the staff report and ordinance for item 7 under public hearings. Second, the resolution in respects to Councilman Langevin has been amended and added as item 3 under new business.
Thank you. Madam Smith,
Nothing additional.
council members, any revisions? All right, seeing none, we're now on proclamations and recognitions. First up is the Family Christmas Extravaganza. Hoorah. I'm going to call up Pastor Ken Delgado, Mikey Redmond, and the entire Family Christmas Extravaganza team to come on up. Did you guys bring flyers to distribute by any chance so that you could give them invitations? Come on over here. Yes, sir. Thank you. It's very rare, the time that I get to tell my pastor what to do. So I just took advantage of that. Family Christmas Extravaganza Day, December 20th, 2025. It is hereby proclaimed by the mayor of the greatest city on the face of the earth, we call Palm Bay.
Yes.
Brevard County, Florida, whereas the house church where you're loved, accepted, and connected, and the City of Palm Bay Recreation Department and several community businesses, partners such as Thrifty Specialty Produce, Cocina Cafe, Chick-fil-A, Health First Hospital, WJ Construction, Giant Recreation World, Gator Automotive, Frog Bones, Family Shooting Center. You know, I always say a family that shoots together stays together. Z88.3, all digital, all day, Griffles Plasma Donation, Al Dia Today newspaper, Martin's famous potato rolls. Isn't that great? If you haven't had them, you should really try them. Norton Leacock's attorney for all your personal injury needs. And Premier Oaks 10 have recognized the importance of providing a positive venue for residents and children to celebrate Christmas. And whereas what makes the Family Christmas Extravaganza so special is that there is no cost to attend. Everything is F-R-E-E, free to the public, from cotton candy to hot dogs to live music, fun activities for kids. The sponsors of this annual event have committed to serving others during this Christmas season and giving back to their community to make a difference in someone's life. And whereas as a demonstration of love, the House Church, Eastwind Pentecostal, Victory in Christ Jesus Ministries, Jornada al Cielo, Wings of Grace, Cedar Rescue Mission, and Kingdom Gates Worship Center all have united to bring the 17th annual Family Christmas Extravaganza to our city and county. Whereas Pastor Ken Delgado of the House Church in Palm Bay said, with today's news being filled with division, contention, and expressions of hatred, it is exciting to see the city of Palm Bay, along with the city's businesses and its citizens, create an event where love, joy, peace is expressed. The family Christmas extravaganza, it is the greatest expression that so many people yearn for and is what the angels proclaimed at the birth of Jesus, saying peace and goodwill towards all men. I imitate you pretty good, don't I, Pastor? Over 60 local businesses and organizations such as the Marine Corps, Toy for Tots, North and South divisions have made donations of toys, food, gift certificates, equipment, finances, goodie bags. And the event will feature Carl Lewis and the Intensity Band. Extravaganza's Got Talent. Host Eddie Anthony as Eddie Frost. Co-host Alishka Ortiz, along with Jolly Jojo, Snowflake Lily, Johan, the CEO, Chief Elf Officer, and Corey Sprinkle with SNS Sound. Whereas over the last 17 years, this wonderful event has become the largest Christmas party on the Space Coast and will take place Saturday, December 20th from 10 to 3 p.m. at Fred Poppy Regional Park at 1951 Malabar Road, Palm Bay, Florida, to provide an uplifting message of hope and future during the Christmas season as so many families continue to have difficult challenges. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, Mayor of the City of Palm Bay, by virtue of the authority of said office, do hereby proclaim December 20th as Family Christmas Extravaganza Day in the City of Palm Bay and commend the House, located in Palm Bay, and its partners for hosting the 17th Annual Family Christmas Extravaganza. And I encourage all our citizens to participate in this wonderful free event. In witness hereof, I set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Palm Bay to be affixed this 4th day of December 2025. Pastor Ken, congratulations. Thank you for putting on such a wonderful event each and every year for almost 2 decades, 17 years. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir. And we're part of that?
Yes.
All of that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
What
ma'am.
Mayor Medina,
Yes.
what you just read
Yes.
in this
Yes, yes,
is
ma'am.
happening
Yeah, over here, yes.
here,
Right here.
and we're part of it.
Absolutely.
And all of these people are also part.
That-
And the council.
Yeah, and this is the team.
Oh, my.
This is the team.
That's amazing.
Only God. Only God.
Mike, would you like to say something?
I'll just tack on just a little bit more. For how many, I'm not sure, show of hands in the room that have made the event before, or anyone for the first time, going for the first time? So much to look forward to the event. We call it the Family Christmas Extravaganza. We all know Christmas extravaganza sounds fun, right? Energy, all that good stuff. But I want to put the emphasis on that word family. So, nowadays we don't get as much family time as we'd like. And this is a day where we can leave our wallets at home. We can come out, you don't have to pay for a single thing the entire day. Even leave the tablets at home. Children can have fun without technology in their hand for the entire day. There is cotton candy, popcorn, hot dogs. We've got a dunk tank that we've added this year. We've got inflatables. Yes, I was told that's off limits this year. But we've got inflatables this year as well, over 10 inflatables that are going to be out there. Face painting is going to be out there. So much more.
Are we having that big?
Yes, our biggest new addition this year is a giant Ferris wheel as well. So if you haven't been to the event, this thing is going to be massive. It's going to be so much fun. Really looking forward to it. But again, I just want to emphasize too, you made mention of the Extravaganza's Got Talent. That is so awesome because yes, it's great to bring in outside talent and that stuff, but we have so much talent right here in the greatest city in the face of the earth, Palm Bay, Florida. We want to highlight that talent and Brevard County talent, so that's exactly the purpose of that event. And our winner from last year, Daly, has, this past year alone, so many different opportunities have come her way, and starting at this event, the Family Christmas Extravaganza, and that's near and dear to my heart and to our team's heart. So we want to continue that tradition this year. So yes, the prize value has went up a little bit, but we're encouraging our community. They have till December 10th. Make sure you submit that audition, Family Christmas Extravaganza @gmail.com. We want to hear from you, whatever your talent may be, and just excited to partner up with you.
So what are you saying? If they got talent, like if they could juggle, They should do what?
If they can juggle, if they could do, you know.
They could sing?
If they could sing, if they could dance, whatever you can do, if it's a talent that we could accommodate, all you got to do is email familychristmasextravaganza@gmail.com.
And comedians too?
Comedians too, yes.
Keep it family friendly though.
Yes, family friendly. If you want to hear back from us, it's got to be family friendly. Super important.
That's amazing. First of all, we do have a video. It's a short video. Aren't you glad? A short video we'd like to see. Do we have that? He didn't get it. Praise the Lord. Well, we have a live video right here, and so you can just enjoy it. First of all, I just want to say that I'm so thankful that the mayor, before he became mayor, he was already leading the Christmas extravaganza that started in the back of our church. And now we're reaching 20,000 plus people. What a great family Christian event. I'd like to say this. You mentioned all the people, Mayor, that are supporting this. And in reality, in our hearts, there's two things that is important. Number one, family has to be our heartbeat. Family is the building block. That is so important. Number two is that generosity is our joy. And throughout the year, businesses, I'd like to speak to the businesses. The people of Palm Bay have been your patrons and have made your business successful. And there is a time called Christmas when you can give back and help make family have a great time. We've had people come who would never have a Christmas receiving gifts. I mean, we got TVs that we give away. We've got gift certificates from businesses, bicycles, like 50 bicycles. I don't know how many, but there's just a bunch of, just everybody comes and they are blessed. And I want to say this, and I was just thinking about it, in that it cost the city basically nothing because we pay for the protection and we pay for all the help that's there. But I was just thinking, I can see how when they're promoting the city of Palm Bay out there with advertising dollars, could you imagine having a Christmas extravaganza as the largest Christmas party in the state of Florida, right here, family friendly? And matter of fact, they could just go ahead and in their advertising dollars, they could go ahead and support the Christmas extravaganza. We'll put their name on the back of the shirt, and that would be okay. Would that be okay? Thank you for your enthusiastic response. We really appreciate the support. We are so thankful to be able to impact our community in a very real way. My 3 minutes are up. Thank you, honey. And so we urge all of you, if you have a business, support it. And if you're just want to support it, just go ahead and make it happen. And definitely bring you, your friends, your family, and have a great time. No one has come out of there saying this was boring. Everybody leaves excited, wonderful. Be a part of the Family Christmas Extravaganza. Thank you, Mayor, for this great proclamation that you've given us. Council and all of these people, all of you make it possible.
Yes, we are. Right here. Me and this great young man. He's only 5 years old.
Good to see you.
Merry Christmas.
Okay, so now we have a proclamation regarding National Homeless Persons Memorial Day. So come on up, team. I guess I should have called up James Smith with Brevard Homeless Coalition.
Am I up here? Yes, or you're a member of the Continuum of Care. You should be up here.
Hey, Joe. How are you, sir? National Homeless Persons Memorial Day, December 21st, 2025. It is hereby proclaimed by the mayor of the greatest city on the face of the earth. You know, you guys should smile when I say that. There you go. There you go. Whereas homelessness has caused or hastened the deaths of inadequate housed low-income persons in Brevard County. And whereas the spirit of the holiday season of giving provides an opportunity for affirmation and renewal regarding the commitment to end homelessness. And whereas December 21st, the first day of winter and the longest night of the year, has been designated National Homeless Persons Memorial Day by the National Coalition for the Homeless. And whereas the Brevard County Continuum of Care, a wide-ranging regional body of organizations from all sectors and community advocates, works every day to help people survive, rebuild their lives, and end homelessness. And whereas in this season of generosity and sharing, citizens of Brevard County are encouraged to commit themselves to promote compassion and concern for our unsheltered or inadequately housed neighbors. Whereas in remembering those who have died on our streets, in emergency shelters, and in condemned or abandoned properties from ailments or conditions directly related to homelessness, the cause of ending homelessness is kept urgent and is a collective commitment to preventing such deaths in the future. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, Mayor of the City of Palm Bay, by virtue of the authority of said office, do hereby proclaim December 21st, 2025 as National Homeless Persons Memorial Day in the City of Palm Bay, and I call upon all the good people of the City of Palm Bay to join me in remembering those who have died homeless and to encourage citizens to come together to celebrate their lives by working to resolve the factors that lead to homelessness within our city. In witness hereof, I set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Palm Bay to be affixed this 4th day of December 2025. Mr. Smith. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, as always. Thank you, City Council, for having us here again today. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is James Smith, and I am the Coordinated Entry Manager for the Brevard Homeless Coalition and a proud resident of the City of Palm Bay. Joining me this evening is other members of the Brevard Homeless Coalition under the leadership and direction of our fantastic and great Executive Director, Amber Carroll, who's with us here tonight, as well as we have other members of the Continuum of Care here as well. Thank you once again for recognizing December 21st as National Homeless Persons Memorial Day. We are here today with a shared purpose to remember the lives we lost, acknowledge the process we are making, and bring solutions we can pursue together. Because the truth is simple. No one in Brevard County should die because they have nowhere safe to sleep. This year, we lost 73 of our neighbors. That's 73 men and women who died because they had nowhere safe to sleep. 73 people, not statistics, but they were part of our community. In 2025, we conducted our point-in-time count, and it showed both challenge and meaningful progress. Progress that would not have been possible without your leadership and your continued support. The data in 2025 showed that homelessness dropped, unsheltered homelessness dropped by 5%, and chronic homeless decreased by 11%. Even with these decreases, we still have over 1,000 homeless individuals in Brevard County, and Brevard County still remains in the top 10 counties in Florida with homeless residents. We cannot accept this as the normal, not when we have compassion, leadership, and talent to change this story.
Thanks to the support of this council, we are seeing progress in the housing solutions here in Palm Bay with organizations like Volunteers of America, who recently opened. Great to always see you out there, Mayor. In Palm Bay, they're providing 31 homes to formerly homeless families, veterans, and individuals, and those with long-term disabilities. We also have other organizations here in the city of Palm Bay, a Community of Hope with Baywood Townhomes, who expand stable housing for 14 families, giving parents and children the foundation to rebuild their futures. These successes show what is possible when nonprofits and government work side by side. Through our collaboration with Brevard County Jail, we conducted over 300 surveys in the jail this year and found that 57% of individuals entering the jail reported that they were homeless at the time of booking. This shows us something very important. Our law enforcement and first responders are carrying out an increasingly heavy burden as they respond to the rippling effects of homelessness and House Bill 1365. Many individuals are cycling between the streets and the justice system because they do not have a safe place to sleep. We all want the same thing: safer neighborhoods, healthier residents, and better outcomes for every part of our city. We know the long-term solutions: safe, affordable, and permanent housing. But we also need immediate practical tools to prevent the deaths that we had this year. Last year, we sat here with this council, and several of you on the council had the homeless workshop, and you all expressed that you want emergency shelter buses here in the city of Palm Bay. With that, our office took that advice, and we took that guidance to heart. Our office worked to secure that funding and work with an organization called Matthew's Hope that's here today, led by Scott Ballou, who is the executive director, to build those buses. And now we're asking for your partnership to take the final steps, to bring these buses to Palm Bay so we're able to give the residents who need it most a safe place to sleep. These buses would provide safety, dignity for people currently sleeping outside, reduce arrests and the strain on police resources, and create a coordinated way to engage individuals to move them from the streets to permanent housing. Our vision is clear: to have a healthy and housed Brevard, and making homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring. In the month of December, we will hold homeless memorial services across the county to honor those that were lost this year. For many of them, this will be the only service they have. If we ask that you please join us for at least one of them. Also in January, we'll hold our 2026 point-in-time count. As always, your participation and your voices truly make a difference, and we ask that you take part in that event as well. Mayor, City Council, as always, we thank you for your leadership. We thank you for your support that you've shown us over the years, and we thank you for standing with us as partners to build a housed and healthy Brevard. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take a picture. He just highlighted Volunteers of America, which just had a ribbon cutting, and Deputy Chief Spears was there as well. Wanted to highlight over 80% of those residents were homeless veterans. 80%. So that really spoke volumes, that most of the need out there were veterans. I wouldn't go into her person. No.
That's probably smart. It's probably
Smart man, stay out of that.
Yeah.
Stay out of the purse.
all right. We'll look at red stuff. One more.
That's you.
Over we go. Thank you so much.
You gonna chase him down? All right.
Okay, before we go on to presentations, I wasn't on the dais, but I got buzzed in by Councilman Johnson, so I'll go ahead and let him speak.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two items. It was brought up by Mr. Smith that council last year gave direction, and they have the 3 buses. I was able to tour one of them, and it's amazing what they were able to do with them as well. So that's 60
Beds?
60 beds that can be, provide comfort and provide peace, and also provide an opportunity for engagement to get them the services they need. And what they need assistance with is places to put these buses. I had a conversation with the city manager, and he was telling me of some of the nuances with getting these buses on church properties because of the bylaws and the language. Mr. Morton, could you speak to that briefly, sir?
Yes, thank you. So the federal law I was referring to is known as the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act. It's not a blanket exception from zoning or from city statute, but it does set a higher bar, higher legal standard for the government to demonstrate compelling interest. I'm not your city attorney. I'm just giving you the background of the parameters. I understand it. That may be a great conversation to have with churches if it's in their core mission. If their core mission is serving the unhoused or the homeless, that is one of the tests. The church has to be, engaged and documented, engaged usually through a long record of service or through their, bylaws or institutional documents. But I think that could be a vehicle to open up for conversation with the city and through ultimately the city attorney's office to see if that is a way to accommodate that, if that is the council's and community's wishes.
Yes, sir.
Well, Councilman Johnson, I am Catholic Charities, and the last time we had buses here.
It was St. Vincent de Paul.
St. Vincent de Paul, that's a chapter of the Catholic Church as
Yes,
well.
sir.
So I think they have it already in the bylaws, so I think that would be an opportunity for discussion.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. And then the second thing, last year, we spoke about the stand-down event, but there was change in administration, so we weren't able to go anywhere with it at that point.
You mean like a VA stand-down
Well,
for veterans?
Well, the way we were looking at it was for the homeless community at that time. This was when they had come forth over a year ago. I think it was right when this council just got on board, or maybe it was before council got on board. But we were talking about having like a large gathering with all the churches, nonprofits coming to provide case management and the services needed to get these people housed, get them the services they need to be able to sustain themselves, because mental illness seems to be the #1 issue with the majority of the people out in the streets. And getting them the assistance they need, you can put them in a house, but if they're still mentally ill, they're going to lose that home. So getting them the help that they need. Mr. Scott Ballou, a brother in Christ who runs Matthew's Hope, what they do in Cocoa is amazing, sir. I would encourage anybody up here to take a tour of what they do. They cover from A to Z in regards to getting them, not just doing handouts, but giving them a helping hand and make sure they can sustain themselves. So I would love for between Amber and Scott to utilize our co-sponsorship. I spoke to our city management and Daniel, if Daniel could speak briefly on it. If I'm looking at Mr. Morton.
Mr. Morton?
Could Daniel speak briefly of?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
So with the co-sponsorship,
Are you looking for like having the VA be a part of this? Because I remember that
yes,
discussion.
I would love that. Because there's a lot of homeless veterans, yeah.
My issue was on a stand down, nobody does better than the Department of Veteran Affairs.
Okay.
And if I correctly remember that dialogue that was had last year, I said it then, and I'll continue to say it. They have the resources and from A to Z to get our veterans into the VA healthcare system, right through that whole process. So, and I would recommend if they organize anything that to really bring the social workers from the VA.
Okay. Then I'm not sure if they would have that contact, or maybe that's something.
Oh, I'm sure they.
You already do? Okay,
The VA
all right.
social workers
Okay,
are
perfect.
out their boots on the ground, sir.
Okay. Then the only thing I wanted Daniel to add in was what we discussed earlier, sir. Go ahead. Yep. and then we move on. I'm good, sorry.
So yeah, what we discussed earlier, and I spoke with Amber before the meeting as well, is through the new co-sponsorship policy, there is an administrative waiver for waiving of fees of the facilities, as long as the value is $1,500 or under. So this stand-down event will fit into that. Very similar to like the Career Source Job Fair, they're going to qualify under that as well. So it'll be the same type of application, and that's done administratively, so that won't come to council.
Yep.
Okay, stand fast, because I've got a council member that's looking to weigh in. Councilman Langevin?
Yes, Mayor, I just wanted to point out from my memory of the event last year, it was after we were elected, it was December, right after we were elected, and we said between us and the city of Melbourne getting together and possibly seeing if we could do it like in their big facility and use, yeah, and then using the veterans thing. So I just wanted to make sure we didn't leave them out.
Okay.
Conversation.
Is that all, Councilman?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay,
right.
thank you.
Thank y'all.
All right, so we are now on presentations. Mr. Morton.
Thank you again, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Pleased to introduce tonight Mr. Spillers. Mr. Spillers is with our finance department. We've been developing a capital asset program, and he's here tonight to give you an updated look real quickly at that 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal years 2026 through 2030. More importantly, we're looking to get just your comments, your feedback, and concurrency with the program. Mr. Spillers, thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sean Spillers, and I'm your Capital and Asset Program Administrator, and I'll be going over the 2026 to 2030 Capital Improvement Plan. Now, this year, what I'm doing is I'm showing just the projects that we have funded and we have approved, just so that you can get an idea of what's going on right now in the city. The agenda is the active projects, current expenditures, and approved funding, project funding needs for already existing projects, and then the total funding if they're funded. So this year, we've been working really, really hard in reducing our projects. I believe you all have seen that. We reduced our project load from 283 capital projects to 86 capital projects, and we are trying to achieve a goal of reducing projects to a manageable level, to combine smaller projects into larger projects so we can knock them out all at once, focus really heavily on project completion, and also reallocate reoccurring repair and maintenance projects. 60% of the projects are fully funded, making up 70% of the total projects, and 26% of the projects are partially funded right now, making up 30% of the total projects. As you can see right now, I will show the FY25 and prior expenditures, and then the FY26 approved funding, and then the total current funding for every single revenue source. So as you see right now, that we have already spent $76.7 million, and we have approved funding for $172 million more, totaling in $249 million as of right now. This is the future project funding needs. So for FY26, we have just the impact fees which get approved separately from the adoption of the budget. So you'll be seeing that come down the line. For FY27, you see it for every single funding source. The general fund and utilities is the largest one right now. General fund is about 28 million in needs, and utilities is about 214 million in needs. All right, this is the general fund by department, FY25 and prior expenditures, fire department, information technology, parks and facilities, and police. The FY26 approved total funding, and then the total current funding. So we have 8 million that has been spent. We have another 8 million that's already been funded, and then we have 17 million total when all of it's said and done. Right here is the future project funding needs for the general fund. So you see that all the needs are in 4 specific projects: Fire Station 8, Fire Station 9, the IT edge switch upgrades that were approved this year, and the IT fiber optic expansion. The IT fiber optic expansion also has a utilities portion, but that is already funded, and this is what is going to be needed from the general fund portion. So you'll see that the needs are total for this next 4 years are about 28 million, and this is for projects that are going on right now. So these aren't projects that were requested for the future or anything like that. It's what's currently being done. Total funding, so this is if everything is completely funded for our current projects. This is how it's distributed. 35 million will be towards the fire department, 8 million will be for information technology, 188,000 will be for parks and facilities, and 486,000 will be for police. This is by sector. I always like to use this because this is kind of an accounting principle thing that we do. We'll show that public safety, if everything is fully funded, we will have allocated 36.2 million. For physical environment, it's parks and things to that nature. Transportation, we're really lucky because we have impact fees and go bonds to be able to support that right now. So there's nothing from the general fund for capital going to transportation right now. And then, of course, information technology, which is 8.6 million. A total of 45 million if everything's said and done. This is the total funding by revenue source. I think this is important to look at because out of the 86 projects right now, we have currently spent and funded 249 million. So that's what's been spent and that's what's been funded. But if you look at the future needs of it, this is just with projects we have right now. It's looking at about 250.3 million more over the next 4 years. And this was a big reason we started condensing projects and trying to allocate that money towards projects that had a higher need. So you'll see over the next 5 years, we'll have a total capital investment of $499 million, which is really good. Questions? Short, sweet, and to the point.
Council, any questions? I don't see any questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sean. Semper Fi, Marine. We're now on public comments. Deputy Mayor?
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. As always, I request my council to speak about some of the items on consent agendas. And so if possible, I'd like for you to discuss consent agenda item number 4. I'm not complaining about what this is. I'm trying to promote what a good accomplishment this will be. And the public doesn't even realize it, even when you look at the agenda, what it is. That'll be $4 million to help promote the compound. So just once go with me in my favor and talk about something on consent agenda, please. I'm not complaining, I'm bragging on you. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you.
Michael Brietti.
Michael Brietti, 742 Cornelia Avenue Southeast. I just want to commend the Palm Bay Police Department in conjunction with Brevard County Sheriffs on the bust made this past week, taking all those weapons off the street along with those chemicals. There's no room for weapons like that on our street. No room for criminals like that either, as far as I'm concerned. I'd like to congratulate Chandler on his projected win. I won't give him the win just yet because it wasn't in mandatory language. But it just goes to speak volumes on constitutional violations. And on that, lighten up, boys. I'm not saying anything bad. All right? On that, have a very Merry Christmas if I don't see you. Peace.
Doug Hook.
Doug Hook, 1091 Mariposa Drive. I just wanted to give a quick report on the Palm Bay Sustainability Advisory Board meeting that we had last week, and also update of the public and the board, or the council and city management as well, that we have rescheduled our December meeting to the 16th, Tuesday, December 16th, at 6 p.m. Going to be held in these council meetings, or council chambers, sorry. At our last meeting, the board discussed the Remembrance Garden that was talked about at the last city council meeting. We also had one of the board members present that we could potentially utilize plans from the 2023 project that Ms. Connolly worked on, and potentially utilize those plans as the new Remembrance Garden and move the location towards that, something that the city council might want to consider. There are limitations on that the site that we initially discussed at Building E, the underground stormwater management system that was presented as part of the sustainability practices of Building E might have limitations on what we are able to do with a Remembrance Garden in that location. So just something that we wanted to consider on there. We also discussed the plants that might be used for the monolith for Malabar Road and US 1. We passed those suggestions along to the Public Works team, and they are going to investigate which items they would like to use for that. And Miss Eileen Sepp did a presentation on biochar and the possibilities that it could bring to Palm Bay. If anybody is interested, the recordings are on the city's website, and you could go back and listen to Miss Sepp's report on biochar and the economic possibilities that it could potentially bring the city of Palm Bay. Also discussed in the board meeting was what we were going to do on this upcoming December meeting. We are going to have our presentation from the Ocean Research and Conservation Association, ORCA, headquartered down in Vero Beach. They are going to come up and do a nice little presentation on what they could potentially do in the city of Palm Bay to help with conservation plans. We are going to further do some more discussions on the renovation gardens, depending on what guidance council provides tonight. We are listening to everything that you say and trying to bring that towards the Sustainability Advisory Board and make this a collaborative project between the council and the Sustainability Advisory Board. And further on, we closed out the meeting talking about individual ideas presented by council. We talked about Councilman Langevin, talked about pepper busting, Brazilian pepper busting. I did some research into what we could potentially do on that. The Nemo Gardens, that is Councilman Hammer's idea. What Councilman Johnson brought up at the last city council meeting about grass clipping going into Turkey Creek. We are beginning to brainstorm ideas as a Sustainability Advisory Board, bring those back to the board. And so we would like to encourage anybody in the audience to continue participating with us and being part of part of the journey with us with the Sustainability Advisory Board, and bringing those items up to Palm Bay. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Braccolini.
Debbie Broccoloni, 1821 Agora Circle, Palm Bay. In regards to the lawsuits that we have going on against the Palm Bay City and the different ones, if we are wrong, let's cut our losses, pay whatever we got to pay, and get on with it. Our money shouldn't be going to all these lawsuits. Our money should be going to streets. Our money should be going to sidewalks and lights. Now, unfortunately, he left, but he's part of the problem. If we did, in fact, his speech, if we did say you can't speak, and we did violate his amendment, then admit that we're wrong and move on. Because you guys just settled a lawsuit for over $1 million. That's maybe 2 city blocks of sidewalks, maybe 3. The other thing is, do you guys receive the emails? Because I sent an email after the last one, because you're on the transportation board. I've got 30 plus years of transportation behind me. And I wanted to let you know, if you wanted to pick my brain on anything, you're more than welcome to. But I don't know if you received the emails. I don't even get it, oh, it was received. Is there anything that we can do, so not only me, but others, if we email just to say, yes, we received your email? And that's it. Thank you.
Judy Trandle.
Good evening. First, I want to congratulate the Palm Bay Police Department along with the other Brevard County Collaborative Law Enforcement. A job well done. That was fantastic. But now I want to get to something a little bit more serious. And I'm bringing up the case involving the death of Susan Connolly. I took it upon myself to search the records, the clerk's office records, and found the citation that was issued to the offender. I was a little surprised because the initial, and I'm saying initial, information stated injury to, let me see, injury to another, yes. Serious injury to another, no. I was shocked. I do say that on the 13th, when Susan passed, there was a correction. There was a memorandum by the officer and made the correction stating it was originally said serious injury, which it was not, but he did say that it was THI, which I'm assuming is traffic homicide. So that got filed timely on the 13th, the day Susan passed. The court date for the offender was December 1st. Several of us that were Susan's friends went to court. I was shocked because there was no representative from the Palm Bay Police Department. There was a state attorney and his assistant sitting there, a clerk and the judge and all the other people. But when the judge read the charge, it was the original charge of failure to obey a traffic light with injury. The clerk corrected it, said, oh no, that's serious business injury. No mention of fatality. The clerk told the offender, oh gosh, I'm running out of time. Anyway, fatal injury was never even brought up. The woman got 90-day suspension and $767 fine because she pled guilty. That's it. Susan's life is worth $767. That's all. Yeah, it's a travesty.
Next speaker. Kristen Lanzana.
Kristen Lanzana, Northwest Palm Bay. When I first started attending these meetings in February, my goal was to ask for clarity and transparency on the flock partnership within our city. I wanted to understand how the citywide surveillance network was approved, implemented, and funded, and why our residents had never been informed or included in that process. It's now December, and despite attending 9 previous meetings to speak out on this topic, we have yet to hold an official discussion, and I still have not received answers to the central questions of what specifically has this system prevented? Are our crime rates any lower? How much protections are in place for our innocent residents? How much money has Palm Bay spent on this system? And how does the benefit justify the constitutional and financial cost? My attempts to find answer began through public records in January, and I currently have an unanswered records request that's approaching 2 weeks old. I understand we just had Thanksgiving, so I'll give some grace. But the fact that I've had to piece together fragments of the timeline from scattered communications should concern anyone who cares about good governance. Now we all know technology moves faster than policy. What was approved as a simple license plate reader in 2021 is now evolving into a system with audio capture, high-resolution imaging, and a nationwide data sharing. Across the country, we've seen how the consequences are playing out. False alerts are leading to innocent people being detained, handcuffed, terrified, arrested. Rights are being violated, lives are being turned upside down, families are traumatized because of a malfunctioning system and misidentified vehicles. And regardless of how any of us feel about Flock as a tool, no system that can cause that level of harm should be allowed to operate without full public understanding and oversight. So I'm asking two things. First, schedule a public hearing specifically on Palm Bay's use of ALPRs. And two, a review to determine whether recent revelations about federal and private access to Flock data constitutes grounds for reconsideration or termination of our agreement. These are reasonable requests and expectations in a free society. I'm not here to cause conflict. I'm here because I care about our community, and I want it to be a place where safety and civil liberties both matter. A place where people don't have to wonder what's recording them, why, or who has access to that information. That's all I'm asking for: transparency, accountability, and a public discussion that should have happened in 2021. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Ken Delgado.
Ken Delgado, 154 Angelo Road, Southeast Palm Bay. We have a statement that we hear often, City of Palm Bay, the greatest city on the face of the earth. And I know we say that, and we're still working to getting it to be at that place. There is a scripture in Jeremiah 29 and verse 7, which basically says, seek the peace of the city where you're living in. And then it says, pray to the Lord for it. For in the peace, therefore you shall have peace. Or in other words, praying for peace or praying for your city will cause a change in the city. I want to acknowledge the Chief Abuelo and the recent bust that they did this last week where, as it's been said again and again, chemicals, IEDs, arms that probably should not be here were found. I know there were extended other agencies involved, but our chief was involved in it too. And I want to congratulate them for a job well done. I'd just like to say that for years, pastors have been getting together, and our prayer has been this: expose that which is done in darkness and bring it to light. And a lot of people think many times that, well, they're just doing their job, and they are doing their job. But I'd like to say that the prayer of people who believe and lift up this city to God, pray for this city, pray for those in authority, pray for our leaders, pray for those who are putting their lives on the line, is paramount to making this city a better city. This city is better now because they were removed from our city. And I believe the prayers of the saints have a part and an important part to play in this. And so I just urge not just our leaders, but all those in the city of Bombay, pray for your city. It's easy to complain and to point what's wrong. It's always great to have two answers for every problem, as they just did a moment ago. But pray, because it makes a difference. Too many times have happened where we go, I don't know how I got out of this situation. And it's because people are praying. So Merry Christmas to you all. Pray for the peace of Palm Bay. This city will be the best city on the face of the earth. Thank you.
Robert Stice.
Robert Stice, 1796 Winbrook Drive, Southeast. I understand this is on consent agenda, but on item 6, I'm just curious, what exactly is that appropriation for specifically? That's all I have. If somebody can shed a light on that, would appreciate it.
Number 4 or number 6, Mr. Stice? You put 4 on your card. You wanted 4 or number 6? You put 4 on the card. Okay.
Number 6, it says South Regional Water Treatment Plant. That one? Okay.
Parker Allen.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Parker Allen, 198 Knight Street, Palm Bay. With the upcoming parade we have this Saturday, I read that it ends in front of City Hall. In past years, I know it's gone kind of down Minton and closed off Minton, driving north through there. Is it truly ending at City Hall, or is it going to go over into Minton and shut down Minton, like to Winn-Dixie? Sometimes they like to stage and end it there. Kind of an open question, just a comment, as someone that lives off Malabar, the parades that go kind of through like the main artery of Palm Bay, I know they're great, but, you know, we have other parades on Port Malabar Road. Malabar east of 95 is a little less dense. I don't know if we've considered other routes, but specifically if we are doing these on Malabar, which I'd recommend against, having Minton open so you can kind of get around and behind and up Minton, because when Minton's closed, you got to go all the way over to Jupiter and farther, and the traffic's just terrible. This is probably not exactly the right audience, but you know, some of you may go up to state leadership. So I just want to point out that back in 2016, Brevard County approved a tax to clean up our lagoons, and we're considering extending that for another 10 years. I think it's raised about $500 million. We want to raise another $500 million. And now we're considering allowing Blue Origin to dump their wastewater and all kinds of chemicals and just destroy our lagoons by dumping into it. And I know we have hearings at the Brevard County level, but just wanted to, you know, reiterate, you know, we're all Brevard County taxpayers, and this guy's one of the richest guys in the world. I think, you know, he could probably pay $1 billion to take care of his own wastewater cleanup. But yeah, that's all I got. Thanks.
Next speaker. Mayor, that concludes the cards, but I think Mr. Morton was going to ask the Deputy Chief to come up.
So before we go to consent, I was going to ask Mr. Morton to go into item number 4, because quite frankly, I was quite impressed when I met with Secretary Kelly of the Florida Department of Commerce, and during that meeting, he visualized the compound. And subsequently, during that day, he mentioned to me, hey, we're gonna see what we could do about helping. So, Mr. Morton, can you just elaborate on that item number 4?
We just want to backtrack real quick and speak on a public comment that was, we're going to ask Deputy Chief to come up.
Oh, all right. On the, Ms. Connolly?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I just wanted to speak on some facts that were mentioned regarding Ms. Connolly's traffic crash investigation. And I also just want to make it clear that this is still an open, active case, right? But Ms. Judy alluded to a hearing that was recently had regarding that case. And a lot of what she spoke about was accurate and how the case concluded. But what I want to mention is that we were not made aware that the hearing was taking place. We were not subpoenaed. Our traffic officer who investigated the case was not subpoenaed to be there. Another fact is that when I got word that the hearing had taken place, I contacted the clerk of court, Rachel Sadoff, and she assured me that all information from the case was given to the clerk's office and was presented to the judge who heard the hearing. It was simply an error from the judge who did not read all the case to indicate that it was, in fact, a fatal crash and not just a serious bodily injury crash. I don't know what that would have changed with the outcome, but advice was given to myself, who I then relayed that to Ms. Connolly's sisters, her family, on some actions they can take with the clerk's office and ultimately the court to make sure that the record reflected that the case was a fatal crash versus a serious bodily injury crash. So I just wanted to assure you guys that our officers and our records section did present all the case to the clerk's office, and the clerk gave that to the judge so that they had all the information in front of.
So what recourse now? The state attorney?
Yeah, correct. Yes, sir.
So the state attorney, who picks up that ball?
Well, unfortunately, I don't think that anything can be changed with the outcome.
Deputy Chief, can you speak on the fact of like whether this was a criminal act or and what?
Yeah, and that's another thing too, is that this case was not a criminal case. It's certainly unfortunate what transpired and how things ended and what the result was. But this was not a criminal case, so there was not a criminal investigation into it. Yes, we are classifying it like we do every traffic incident that results in a fatal injury, a traffic homicide investigation. That's just how we categorize that. But there's not a criminal element in this particular case, which does change how things are played out in the courts. Certainly, if this was a criminal case, we would be there. It probably wouldn't have happened this soon also, but we definitely would have been more involved with a criminal case.
Yeah, and just for clarity, we don't make those rules. Those rules are made much, much above the city of Palm Bay.
Absolutely, and I explained that to Ms. Judy outside that, because she had asked, what are the next steps that they can do, and certainly it's at this legislative level because of how, the statutes are written, the fines are, decided on.
That conclude? Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
It's a sad day. So, Mr. Morton, as I alluded to before, I wanted just to briefly, don't want to pull item 4. It is a great report. As I mentioned, we met with Secretary Kelly of Florida Department of Commerce and had a really good meeting, and he witnessed himself at the compound, Master Chief, a potential manufacturing company. Did a site visit. So, Mr. Morton, would you like to elaborate on that?
Sure, this is, the direct outworking, definitely a win for the city council and your guys' proactive stance to trying to enhance economic development and recruit tax-paying and job-creating businesses to alleviate property tax off our residents, which make up a bulk of the ad valorem assessment. So the start of this was the legislative visit to Tallahassee a few weeks back with Deputy Mayor Jaffe's leadership. Among the many visits we had was with Secretary Kelly. We had probably 20 minutes, which is unusual to present to the Secretary, and we laid out our case, Deputy Mayor, myself, our staff, in respects to the needs, the demands, and the opportunities for aerospace manufacturing, development in the space business and industry here in the state of Florida, and how it aligns with the state's goals. That was followed up with a visit to the compound, which obviously Mayor Medina, you and staff attended. And also, it was great. We were able to share in Tallahassee with the secretary that is, we're not just trying to knock on an empty wall, but we get questions all the time, and we need some help facilitating the transition. And lo and behold, the day he's coming, we got a business the night before who had been contacting us. They met us on site. We had a great 2-hour site visit on the compound with the secretary and his staff, which culminated in a request directly from him and his office to do not delay and please immediately submit a job growth grant for this utility extension, which would definitely open up industrial type development, job creating type development in the compound. So that's where we're at, and very encouraged, and thank council for their leadership in having the vision to continue to press into this initiative and keep us on track to do that.
Yeah, this is a direct result of Councilman Hammer, Deputy Mayor Jaffe, working together, going up to the Tallahassee. And so I'm really proud of this team, gentlemen. I really am. This is a huge win for the city of Palm Bay. I'm honored to work beside each and every one of you. God bless you. Now we're on consent. Council members, you wish to pull anything? If not, I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We are now on public hearings.
And
Madam Smith, carry
Yes.
on.
Ordinance 2025-56, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, providing for the naming of private drives located within tax parcels 145, 168, and 169, Section 22, Township 28, Range 37, Brevard County, Florida, as Golden Sun Drive Northeast, Soulflower Lane Northeast, Sol Vista Lane Northeast, Sunbeam Way Northeast, and Sunfield Way Northeast, providing for the drives to remain private, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. we're now in public hearings. I'm going to ask We're on public hearings number 1. Madam Smith, read the caption.
Ordinance 2025-53, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 20-foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 12, Block 1475, Port Malabar Unit 31, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 17, page 27 of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I'm going to open up the public hearing, and Mr. Morton?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. On this final reading, we have nothing new to add from the previous, but staff is here if there are any questions.
Any questions, council? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the applicant to present their case. Oh. Come on over. I was looking for you, Hector. I scanned you.
Good evening, Council. Hector Gonzalez, 2180 O'Connell Avenue, Southwest. This is round 2 for me in reference to getting approval for a vacating of a easement in the back of my home. So I can do an enclosure and nice little barbecue area. Like I said, you're welcome. You're more welcome when it's finished. Let's come on by and have some burgers and some beers and stuff, but that's all I have for now.
Thank you. Any questions, council?
Sorry.
Hold you to the invite.
He says he's going to hold you to the invite.
I'll be back when it's done. Got no problem with me. The beer's on me.
Just a second, I got to ask the audience, and then we'll see. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. Have a good evening.
We're now on item number 2. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2025-54, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 20-foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 8, Block 347, Port Malabar Unit 9, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 15, page 9 of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Mr. Morton?
Thank you again, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Final reading, nothing new has changed, nothing new to add, from staff, but we are here to answer any questions that you may have.
All right. Any questions, gentlemen? Okay, I'm going to ask the applicant to present their case. Anthony?
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. I'm Corey Mendez. I'm a good friend and neighbor to Anthony McLean. He could not be here tonight. He's still in the hospital battling some serious.
He's still in the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Like I said before, you're an outstanding neighbor, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You really are. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Hammer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Sir, tell Anthony he's got the vacation. You don't have to come back.
Thank you,
All right,
sir.
sir?
Thank you.
Hopefully he'll be out of the hospital after he hears the good news.
Hopefully so, sir.
Aye, sir.
Have a good night. Thank you,
You
Chairman.
too. Good night. We're now on item number 3, Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2025-55, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 20-foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 8, Block 1630, Port Malabar Unit 32, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 17, page 38 of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Mr. Morton?
Thank you again, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Again, a final reading, nothing new to add, and staff is here if you have any questions.
Seeing no questions, I'm going to ask the applicant to present their case. Is Richard and Wendy here? There you go.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and And council members, Richard Knutson, 278 Gate Street Southwest. I'm looking to vacate 10 feet of easement for a pool and the decking, I guess.
Copy that, sir. I don't see any questions, so I'm going to ask the audience if they wish to speak for or against this item. Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilman
Second.
Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Congratulations, sir. That was your final one.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas to you. We're now on number 4, Ms. Smith.
Ordinance 2025-57, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 20-foot public utility and drainage easement, together with a portion of the east side 6-foot public utility and drainage easement, located within Lot 22, Block 171, Port Malabar Unit 7, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 14, page 129, of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. This is for a rescreening of an existing previously permitted non-conforming screen enclosure. The existing house and pool deck were built in 1982, which was 29 years after the pool was constructed. Staff has no objections to this. What I will say, it does raise an interesting question for staff, for us, about the city's lack of a pre-existing non-conforming use ordinance. As council knows, our guiding principle every day here is to make the citizens the purpose of our work, not a distraction to it, and to remove barriers for our citizens. And generally speaking, cities have ordinances that when you're not increasing the degree of the nonconformity or adding to the nonconformity, it shouldn't have to go through several layers of process and difficulty for our residents. So we would like to bring back at a future date a companion ordinance to the development code that acknowledges such. But for tonight, we're here for this first reading, and there are no staff objections to this. There are some conditions staff has, and additionally, Florida Power and Light, AT&T, Charter Spectrum, and the Melbourne-Tillman Water Control District also have no concerns with this granting of a vacation request.
Thank you, Mr. Morton, and thank you for taking the initiative for the ordinance of nonconforming. I really appreciate that initiative, sir. I don't see any questions, so I'm going to ask the applicant to present their case. Come on up.
Good evening.
Good evening, ma'am.
My name is Valerie McFarlane, and I'm the owner of the home at 299 Evergreen Street, Northeast Palm Bay, Florida, 32907. And I'm glad that you're discussing this because I purchased this house in August of 2011. And we had that insurance that you have when you purchase a house for clearance of all the things that could possibly go wrong. I have a pool that was existing, a screen that was existing. It's old, and I need to replace it, and now I'm finding out I can't do it. I've been jumping through hoops since May of this year to try to rescreen the pool, and here I am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your explanation. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
Mayor, real quick,
Yes.
if I may just make a comment, something, I don't see the building official here, but if we can look into the requirement of why you need a permit to rescreen a pool cage. First of all, screening is part of the life safety mechanism for the pool, so if you lose your screens on the side, now there becomes a life safety issue. The other thing is, screening is non-structural, so I just don't understand the need for rescreening. So, Mr. Morton, if you could just make a note of that, have that discussion with the building official.
I thought it was also a concrete slab, wasn't it? That's part of it?
Slab was there when I purchased
Okay.
the house. It's been there. We're not doing any changes to the slab. It's there existing around the pool.
I'm just saying, I just learned that rescreening is a requirement in Palm Bay, and it's separate from her project alone.
I got you. So you're saying,
Yeah.
okay. So, Mr. Morton?
Yes, message received, I agree. Thank
Okay,
you.
and,
Thank you.
all right. Carry on. Anyone wish to Well, I need
So
a
moved.
motion. I got a
Second.
motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Ms. McFarland, you got one more go at this,
Yes,
okay?
18th.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next meeting. Yes, ma'am. We're now on item number 5. Ms. Smith.
Ordinance 2025-58, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 10-foot public utility and drainage easement located within lots 1 and 2, Block 2592, Port Malabar Unit 49, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 22, page 155 of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
I'm going to open up the public hearing, and Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. You have the first reading of the vacation before you for the purposes of construction of a swimming pool in the backyard. Again, there is no objections from regulatory bodies in terms of this granting of a vacation request, and we do have staff here if council has any questions.
I'm going to ask the applicant to present their case.
That was 6, right?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Eldie. This is Ashley, my wife, and one of our kids.
Good evening.
We reside at 876.
Hi.
876 Vine Court. About a year and a half ago, we purchased this property to build our dream home. We built it. After we built it, we started finding out all the different things that we had to do, like vacating the easement and all that. So once we tried to get the pool and the fencing, they told us, hey, you can't do any of that until you get that cleared through the city. So we're requesting, if you guys can, for us and our family, for our dream home, to be able to vacate the easement. Also, the survey that I provided you guys will see that my house is the last one at the end of the street. So what I did was I made sure that the
Try
power.
to speak on, Mr. Tejada.
So I made sure that
yeah.
the power did not have to come through any of the other properties. So these properties have this street, these properties have that street, and this property has this street. So I paid for power specifically so that I wouldn't have to use that easement for anybody else.
But you've got all of that property.
Correct.
It's
already married,
You
yes.
pieced it all together. So this is an argument that I've been saying to council, people will buy 1 acre lots.
I'm trying to buy
So-
the one next to it too, so.
So thank you for this. I encourage.
The next one's an acre.
I know councils, I'm just being facetious because they know I love trying to bring up 1 acre lots. Some people say that people wouldn't want them, but I say yes, they would. So thank you. I got it. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Got two. Master Chief, go ahead and have a seat, sir, and then once sir, Mr. Tejada, go ahead and have a seat there. Once they speak, you'll have an opportunity to come back and speak.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. I agree with you 100%, Mayor, that some residents do want more than small lots side by side with their next door neighbor so they can have a little bit of peace and tranquility. I'm proud of this couple that are willing to buy. I'm sorry they have to buy multiple lots to accomplish something as simple as make themselves an estate home in Palm Bay, Florida. I'm sorry for them that they had to go through this extra step. But it just goes to show, like you say, that there are people that are willing to buy a little bit more property to have a little bit nicer home. Thank you very much, and I hope you approve their request for easement and variance.
Thank you, thank you. Ma'am, you're next.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sandra Morgan. I am the owner of lots 33 and 34 at Block 2592. And I would like to know how the easement will affect my lots.
Okay, is that your entire question, ma'am?
Yes, that's my question.
That's all?
Yes.
That's all your comment?
Yes, I
Okay.
just want to know how it
Okay.
affects my property.
Okay. Mr. Morton, can you call up staff?
Yes.
We'll get that answer for you.
Mr. Brinkley's coming up. Thank you, sir.
Brinkley's coming up.
All right, thank you.
You use numbers and I don't have numbers on my map, so let me out real quick. Which ones?
809 Wiseman.
So you'll be over here?
Yeah, not the corner. I'm in here, so.
Oh, okay. This is the easement between these two properties.
Okay, so my lot's right here, should be right here.
Yeah, so, I'm gonna answer the microphone just so everybody can hear me.
Sure.
All right. Mayor, City Council, she's referring to the lots to the east of these properties. This is a vacation of easement between two properties. Yeah, it is the, what would be used, if these were two separate houses built, it would be used as the drainage easement between the two houses. Since there are not two separate houses being built there, it won't impact your property in any way, because there will be no need for a drainage easement right there between the two lots. So no impact to you. If there were two houses being built there, you would want them to have that drainage easement between them, but there is not two houses being built there, so.
Okay, but the pool, there is drainage for the pool. They didn't mention a pool.
They're gonna build a pool behind their home, yes, but this would not be for their pool, whether we're vacating it. The drainage would not be for the pool, no.
Okay.
Yeah, it won't affect, and I'll talk to her outside.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We're now on item number 6. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2025-59, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 20-foot public utility and drainage easement, together with a portion of the side 6-foot public utility and drainage easement located within lots 12, 19, and 20, Block 1382, Port Malabar Unit 30, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 17, page 11 of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing, and Mr. Morton?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Similar to the last request, I believe this property owner has 3 adjoining lots instead of 2. It is a request for a vacation for the construction of a swimming pool, an attached spa, a deck, and an outdoor kitchen with a cabana in the backyard. Staff has no objections to vacating this easement. Additionally, AT&T, Florida Power and Light, Florida City Gas, and Spectrum additionally have no objections if the council chooses to grant this vacation request.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. I don't see any questions, so I'm going to ask the applicant, Brandon and Kerry, to present their case.
Carrie Manasseh at 2885 Lakeland Avenue. We purchased actually 4 of the lots around us. One of them's not on here because it's not on one of the budding properties. So we have just over an acre, and just as you mentioned before, I grew up in Homestead, Florida, where I lived on an acre, and we had all this land for our kids to play. So we bought all the land so kids, not only mine, but the neighborhood could all play, and we would like to put in that pool and outdoor kitchen area to be able to enjoy the outdoors a little bit more and not have our kids on tablets.
You know, for the record, ma'am, I just want to highlight to all realtors that may be watching, developers, there are people that will buy 1-acre lots here in Palm Bay. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Yes, sir. Step right up. 2 for 2 today.
For 2. Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. One more time, you know how hard I push to make sure that we can have some 1-acre sites for residents to live that want to have a little bit more than packed-in sardine can housing, right? And one more time, hope you enjoy your new house. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
I'll second it this time. Motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Mayor Medina. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. You have one more step to go, ma'am. We're now on item number 7. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2025-60, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 17, Land Development Code, Chapter 173, Zoning, by creating a new subchapter to be known as Part 11, reasonable accommodation procedure, providing procedures for handling and processing requests for accommodation from the city's Land Development Code, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Yes, I'm going to defer to the city attorney.
This is actually fulfilling a requirement. Statutorily, we were required by the legislator to create a process in our code of ordinances for the reasonable accommodations for the recovery residences. The reasonable accommodation process isn't new. Federal law has always required us to consider reasonable accommodations for people who are disabled, and that includes people that are a segment of those who are suffering from substance abuse. But some places had procedures, others didn't, and it was a mismatch as far as whether there were formal procedures. This essentially requires us to have a formal procedure so that those who are seeking the reasonable accommodation know how to apply, what information to provide, the review process, and any way to appeal. So we're complying with the state requirement to have the ordinance, and we're creating a process to make sure that we're complying with federal law.
Thank you, ma'am. Council, any questions? Seeing none. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson,
Second.
second by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We're now on, excuse me. We're now on procurements. Item number 1, Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. This is an award of proposal for financial advisory services for the Finance Department. Consideration of awarding that request to PFM Financial Advisors, which is an advisor on future bond and debt issuance. Would ask Larry Wojciechowski, our Finance Director, to come up and speak to this item.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. This particular item is to assist the city in actually going out and getting bonds for the city. We are novices at going out, of course, and getting bonds, so therefore we bring PFM in, or a company, to assist us in that. Jay Glover here can actually have Jay make some comments about what they're going to be able to do to assist us in upcoming bond deals, if they ever come to be.
Yeah, I had a formal presentation, but I probably don't need to go through that due to your time. But Jay Glover from PFM Financial Advisors, LLC. I am a partner with the firm. I've been there for 25 years, and we do serve as financial or municipal advisor to local governments throughout the state and the nation. I am in the Orlando, Florida office. We do provide, again, financial advice to local governments when it comes to accessing the capital markets to fund projects. You had a presentation this afternoon about your CIP. Some of those needs might need to be funded through the issuance of debt, and we essentially assist the city through that process. We help you procure the most cost-effective plan of finance and the highest credit rating possible through that process. So again, we do this type of work all over the country. Myself, I work for other municipalities in Brevard County, including Titusville, Cocoa Beach, Cocoa, City of Melbourne. We also are the advisor to Brevard County. So again, been doing this for many years and are excited to potentially work with the City of Palm Bay if approved. We are here to be a resource to you and your staff. So even if it's beyond debt transactions, other financial matters you might need to come to us, we're here to be that resource. I will also point out We do not get paid on a retainer basis. We do not charge hourly rates for our services. We essentially get paid when transactions are completed. So if you do a debt issuance, we are paid from the proceeds of that financing based on the terms of the approved contract. So again, happy to address any questions you all might have, but that's essentially what we do. And again, we're looking forward to work with the city moving forward.
Thank you. I don't see any questions, so thank you, sir. Deputy Mayor, speaker cards?
No, Mayor.
I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. Any further discussion, gentlemen? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We're now on item number 2. Mr. Morton.
Thank you again, Honorable Mayor, City Council. This is for the Building E third floor build-out, consideration of a CMAR award for a contract to Scorpio Construction Incorporated not to exceed $1,384,199 using ARPA interest. I have asked Mr. George Barber to come up and give you a quick presentation, answer a few questions I'm assuming that are germane tonight, and kind of give you a timeline, scope, and end to the project.
Yeah, and discuss CMAR too, sir.
Yes, sir. Good evening. So quick recap, and then I answer any questions. If you guys recall at the July 10th budget workshop, we received direction from you guys to move forward with the estimate to do the build-out. At that time, it was $1,512,944 to be exact, and you guys said you wouldn't go a penny over, so which we took that direction, and we worked hard. So initially, we engaged the incumbent W&J for CMAR services and to do a design estimate for 30%. They originally came in at 2.1, which is well over budget, so we had to terminate negotiations. So independently, we decided to engage with another CMAR contractor, Scorpio Construction, which they're here tonight, to see if it was a viable option. We did so, which they provided a GMP of, let me get that, 1.384199. And again, what that GMP means, it implies just what the acronym reads. It's a guaranteed maximum price, so they cannot go over it. They will not go over it. In actuality, we actually, if any funds aren't used in the project, it'll be returned to the city. So that's what that GMP is. Other important information operationally, if approved, the finance and procurement departments will move over to Building E, which will make room so that the police department can move into the east wing of Building B, which is, obviously, you guys know we're capped at space. The last point I'll mention is the funding. So the request is to utilize the ARPA interest, which is the $1.5 million. We do have residual funds, which if you guys have any questions about that, Larry can answer. Remaining within the project, we don't have an exact number, but I think it's somewhere around $600,000 to $700,000. But part of that is enterprise funds, so we do have about half of that available to continue to use for FF&E and/or IT costs. So I think that covers it.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Mr. Barber, thank you. So are you asking council tonight to approve 1.384199 or 1.512944?
So yes, great question. So it is the full amount for the ARPA funds. The approval for the 1.38 is the award of the CMAR continuing contract, which would be the not to exceed amount for Scorpio Construction, but we are asking for the full 1.5.
Why?
That's a great point.
1.5, no? Is the 1.5 because
For the
it's ARPA
interest-
funds?
Yeah,
So-
call it back.
Yeah.
Right, the 1.5 is the, when we came forward in July, that was the dollar amount that we were looking for to complete Building E. To move the full 1.5, if we do not spend it, the funds will just drop back into the ARPA funding. Because now this will be a full 100% ARPA-funded third floor deal.
Understood. The construction is 1.384 and the fund balance is 1.512. Where are you spending the net delta difference?
Where you have the furniture that is being purchased, and that recently came in. it's lower than what was originally projected. The IT costs were never actually built into the July numbers, so that is a residual amount. So we're just keeping the money there so we don't have to come back again to ask for additional funds. We're moving forward with the 1.5 that was presented to you in July. And the comment was, we're not gonna give you a penny more, and that's what we're running with right now. We're gonna cut back to make sure.
Yeah, it would just be helpful to understand that, and the memorandum, the memorandum doesn't explain that, right? Like, to us, it's, you're asking for, the contractor's not gonna spend more than 1.384, but give us 1.152. There's $200,000 plus or minus that's sitting out there. What are we approving and why? So that's the questions.
So the ARPA funding though, right? And along with what Deputy Mayor is saying, perhaps put the deadline of the ARPA funding. What year is that, and how much time to expend that? Do
We have
you
until
know
December
offhand?
of 26 to have the funds.
Of December of 2026?
26.
Okay.
However, that was for the actual principal dollars. We're now just spending interest.
Okay,
So that money should be able to roll forward past 26.
understood.
But hopefully, we will have it all spent before that, would be the
Copy.
plan.
Councilman Ham.
So let me see if I get this right, because I think George explained this. If we pull the full 1.5 right now, whatever we don't spend comes back into the city. Where if we leave it in there, if we do the 1.3, that excess stays with ARPA. So is that what you were saying? If we pull it all now, what we don't use comes back to the city?
Correct.
Where if we leave it in there, we have to come back and re-pull those ARPA funds that aren't used?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Going to the maximum that was requested
On the mic,
originally.
on the mic, sir.
I'm sorry. We're asking for the original dollar amount that was requested in July, and if the funds are not utilized, they will go back into the ARPA funds.
Okay. Speaker card.
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. I know this is a rare occurrence for Bill Batten to speak all good of the city of Palm Bay, but this is the type of behaviors that I like to see from a city. You questioned it, you challenged it, and you end up saving $1 million. That's fantastic. And because I thought it was kind of shady that the corporation that was overbidding was who had been doing the previous work. So it kind of left a bad taste in my mouth, so I'm glad to see you called it out. That's leadership that I like to see. I also want to compliment the organization behind me. They did a great job. I was making comparisons when going through the agenda packet of what this company provides in comparison to others. They made a great choice. I hope it all works out with the quality of work that we're expecting to see. But for the budgeting and what they've just presented, it was fantastic. One more time. The other thing is the fact that this is all coming out of ARPA funding, which is still my tax dollar, but it did not come out of the city of Palm Bay. So you guys did a good job, and thank you all. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. No other speaker cards, Deputy Mayor? Okay, I need a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Mayor Medina. Any further discussion?
I guess I would personally be fine with just putting out exactly the amount that's needed, though, 1.384. Because something may come up that it might be needed for something else for ARPA, so that's just where I don't know. I like that they were able to negotiate the price down. And I appreciate Deputy Mayor Jaffe asking the questions, but.
Okay, does that conclude your comments? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I would feel comfortable approving the 1.384199 and just asking staff to come back with a budget expenses for the balance delta difference.
So you're saying the amount that they're spending for furniture, you want them to come back, or is that money
Or
was gonna
whatever,
be
whatever it's for. If you look at the memorandum, there's
Yeah, it says
other items
1.5.
for IT and furniture, but if you add everything together, it's actually 1.663 million.
Okay,
So
I'm good with that. I'll rescind my second. Councilman Hammer, would you just,
I'll rescind my motion.
okay, so why don't you just move it to the 1.384, 189?
Make a motion to approve for the 1.384199.
I'll second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. You got the 1.384, 199, guaranteed price. All right, we're now on item number 1, unfinished and old business. Public comments. Oh, Councilman Langevin.
Well, so I just wanted to bring up, maybe we have to do public comments first, but,
Okay.
all I wanted to bring up was the procedure of how we're doing this. Like this multiple times now, so I guess it's a procedure we do this for these boards, but, could we have them come up and give a talk, you know what I mean? Like I just kind of get a list of names and then we got to just pick, but.
Yeah, we get a list of names and applications. You know what? I agree with you. I wouldn't mind them coming before the council and just introduce themselves, right? Is that what you're asking for? Yeah, yeah. 3 minutes or? Okay, so you willing to put that in the policy? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, for
next time?
future reference, and then, I mean, since we've got public comment, if any of them are here, I'd like them to introduce themselves.
Okay, so.
So, Mayor, real quick, so we have to rank.
Yeah, we had to rank
So
just now.
maybe if they could speak at one council meeting, we rank at a second council meeting.
Or we could rank them that very same minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with ranking.
Okay.
It doesn't take long.
Yeah, it wouldn't take long.
Pass
We
it down to
could-
the clerk and then she hands down
Yeah,
the result. Okay.
yeah, in the future.
Right.
Terry, in other words, we're not doing this now, we've already ranked, but perhaps include them, encourage them to come in before council, share a few words, and then we could just rank it right all at one point. Councilman Langevin, I'll agree with that, man, because sometimes, most of the time, we know who they are. They've been before us, but this was a different complexity to that, right? Okay. All right, we got a speaker card.
Doug Hook.
Doug Hook, Palm Bay Sustainability Advisory Board. I'd like to say that it's exciting to see that we had 4 applicants for this open position of the board. I believe that shows that there is re-engagement with the community, with the Palm Bay Sustainability Advisory Board, and shows that we are starting to gain interest back into the board and what the board is able to offer the city as a whole. I would like to remind the board, or the council, that there are actually currently 3 positions open on the Sustainability Advisory Board. One of them is your at-large position that you will be voting on for tonight. There are also 2 positions that are open that are appointable by council members tonight. I think it would be a great addition to the Sustainability Advisory Board to have our board fill all the way back up to 7 seats starting in 2026. That way we are able to hit the ground running in this new era of the Sustainability Advisory Board. And I would like to thank all the applicants that did apply tonight for being a part of this and wanting to engage with the Sustainability Advisory Board and be a part of it as well. Thank you.
Who has the appointments? Do you know offhand?
Yes,
I'm one.
1 seat is open for Councilman Johnson and 1 seat is open for Councilman Langevin.
Okay, so you guys can consider that. Yeah, I remember. That's a good sales pitch, sir.
No more cards, Mayor.
All right, sir. So we have a ranking.
So we had the ranking. I'll make a motion based on the ranking to approve O'Brien Parsment to the Sustainability Advisory Board.
Second.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're now on old business or new business number 1, Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2025-61, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 9, General Regulations, Chapter 92, Noise, by including provisions related to construction work on weekends, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Johnson, or Langevin?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So, gentlemen, I just think this is a pretty simple, common sense ordinance that cleans up a little bit of our language that essentially, protects our residents on their weekend, from Saturday night through the Lord's Day on Sunday to not have to worry about, jackhammers and hammers and nail roofs and stuff going off next to them. But it does give a provision for, people who have a homesteaded property that own their property to be able to work on their own property if that's their only day off. So I yield.
Yeah, I really appreciate your work on this. I like the amended part of any homeowner that is homesteaded property can continue to work. I think that was a great addition. Otherwise, we would have been really creating a nightmare for ourselves, right? So thank you for that. Any speaker cards?
No cards,
Deputy
Mayor.
Mayor? Okay. Deputy Mayor?
I have a question. Is this specifically just related to residential, or is this enforcing commercial projects as well?
So I'll yield to give a affirmative answer for the city manager, but in my mind, it would be for residential and commercial. I believe that's what we talked about at the last meeting, because Councilman Johnson brought up, well, what about commercial? And I said, the way that our city's laid out, most commercial properties are still next to somebody's house. So.
That is correct.
I like just the way my experience and Councilman Johnson made a good point, and I know maybe we need a motion to discuss this further, but like Chick-fil-A, for example, they're only closed on Sundays. They do a lot of their interior remodeling or repairs or seal coat striping on the weekends.
So let me get a motion.
Okay.
I need a motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion to pass ordinance 2025-61 as is.
Second.
Okay. Got a motion by Councilman Langevin, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All right, carry on.
Yeah, so Chick-fil-A, for example, or Walmart, for example, may need to do
those are good examples.
seal coating, striping. That's done usually after hours at night because the parking lot's more easily accessible. Just because I do agree that nobody should be working on residential lots before 7 or after a certain hour. And some of the holidays are concerning to me too. MLK Day, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day. These are blue collar workers that don't typically get paid holiday pay or vacation pay and only earn paychecks when they're working. I've been in construction since I was 15. I've worked a number of 4th of July weekends, Martin Luther King days. Publix, Walmart, some of our largest employers are constantly remodeling their stores at night and on the weekends. And
So would that be considered what you're referring to? And stand by, Councilman.
And I think if there's an indoor exclusion, I think that would probably satisfy my discussion.
Yeah, an indoor exclusion? Okay. Councilman Hammer.
Yeah, I was a little bit undecided on it, and I was seeing if council would think about maybe a distance, say 500 feet from a residential home, 1,000 feet from a residential home, because there are a lot of people, especially, I've seen people outside working here on Sundays, because with us trying to hurry up and get business here in Palm Bay, people are going to want to maximize their investment and get their stuff built possibly as fast as they can.
Yeah.
I would really like to say, or I'd like to see a commercial within 1,000 feet of residential is allowed to, especially out at the compound. We're going to tell somebody they're out in the middle of nowhere and they're building and they can't build on Sundays.
I think, and I'm tracking what you're saying, but I think when Councilman Langevin brought this up, right, it was more of the house that's next door and they're building on a Sunday morning at 0700 hours or whatever that time is. And I think that's how I remember it, but I'll let Councilman Langevin weigh in at this point.
So the way that it's written is, so in the way I'm reading it, it says, no person shall operate or permit the operation of any tool or equipment in construction, drilling or demolition, et cetera, disturbing across a residential real property boundary between the hours of 9 p.m. and 7 a.m. So So to me, it's like, okay, if they're working on stuff inside, like, kind of with some of the examples that have been used, or if it's out in the compound and doesn't break the residential boundary, then they're fine. But if they are some commercial building that's in the middle of the city, they don't get to disturb our neighbors. So, and then there is a provision underneath that says, this section shall not apply to emergency work or repair work for government entities. So obviously, if we have to do emergency repair work on utilities and things like that, which we've had to do before, that doesn't apply to that, so.
So Deputy Mayor brings up an interesting thing, maybe make it clear. We're learning that if it's not clear, attorneys can twist things around. So maybe, making that indoor inclusion. And then another thing he brought up was, and it's true, blue collars do work on Labor Day. Blue collar do work on Veterans Day and other holidays. So that's an area of concern as well. But if he's satisfied with just the indoor, I'll lean towards that. He got me when he said, and I remember working as well in the Bronx, learning things. And of course, I don't think they had ordinances like this. Otherwise, we were probably breaking the law. But anyway, I do sympathize. I empathize with these blue collar workers. They don't get holidays off. They need to put food on their family's dinner table, right? So are you good with trying to change one of those holidays?
Yeah, the thing that's confusing with the ordinance is like it lists the holidays in reference to the chapter, but it doesn't say any restrictions or anything related to holidays, so it's just confusing to me.
Okay, so you're good just with the...
What did you say, Madam Attorney?
Just strike out holidays?
Just strike out holidays?
I have to look at it. There was a mention of holidays in one version of, I'm not looking at it, the ordinance which I can pull, because essentially allow holidays to be, I think holidays were treated as weekends or something to that effect on one of the versions. So that may be why the holidays are listed, but that's not applicable to this section. And it may be something left over, I'll pull it.
Okay.
So are you good, Deputy Mayor? I'm just trying to figure out where we could all come into a place, or can we hone in a little bit more on this and
Seems
bring
like
it back?
holidays irrelevant. If there's some, it seems like the holiday discussion is not pertinent now,
Okay.
and if maybe there's some just
Remnant.
inclusion of interior residential
Okay,
remodeling.
so
If
Councilman Langevin, you willing to add that inclusion?
Yeah, that's fine, as long as the intent is that, you don't hear it in the neighborhoods, that's fine.
All right, is staff taking notes to that?
Yes, we are.
Okay,
So should I pull
so
Does it need to get?
does it need to be amended with the motion, or
Well-
how are we at now? Councilman Hammer?
Yeah, my question is, what is the enforcement and what is the consequences for not abiding by this? Because if there's no consequences, it's pretty much useless.
It's the same. Mr. Morton?
Yeah, so, the initial consequence is a stop work order, from building, that's your enforcement mechanism, building or code enforcement. We tried not to change things in the ordinance that weren't given to us specifically direction by council. So originally the scope was just simply the Sunday noise ordinance. We did add, of course, the homestead exemption. I think I would suggest that council may give us their changes, have us go back and sort of clean this
Okay.
up even more. Additionally, to someone's point, we did not change this section, but when we say creates a noise disturbance across a residential boundary, if we don't assign, in my opinion, what a decibel level is that would create such a noise disturbance, similar to what we have in our parks ordinance, then to the point that was just asked, what's the enforcement mechanism? Probably nothing, in light of that thinking tonight that we didn't catch earlier. So if council would like to give us any changes, let us also bring some metric back to that disturbance across a residential boundary that is enforceable. and then we can actually add to this section if it makes it easier what the enforcement and/or enforcement actions and/or penalties are. Putting it on one place may add that clarity that council's looking for.
Okay, so right now I'm gonna ask Councilman Johnson, remove your second.
Remove my second.
And you removed yours.
Remove my first.
Councilman Langevin, you're standing alone right now, but I'm gonna say, we're gonna pull this, bring this back, let's massage it,
Yeah.
right now, let's take this opportunity to give, staff direction on which way we're going, and, before we do that, let me get the city attorney to weigh in.
There is a decibel level in 92.06, and the way in which we are now defining the weekend or the time limits, you could actually strike all of holiday. Because the holiday was only mentioned because under certain, holidays were how it was treated sometimes as a weekday or a weekend, but we're not actually doing that differentiation. So you could actually get rid of holiday because holiday was only mentioned if you look in the weekday and weekend, because we had a different way we defined it to allow essentially, or to prevent certain holidays, because I think there was, remembering from the time, there was some concern that essentially people could be doing construction and that might be the day before school or, something with families or whatever. So we ended up defining weekday and weekend differently than it's standardly used to meet some of the concerns. But that differentiation isn't here anymore, and you no longer need to actually define those holidays. You don't need that whole section.
Okay, I'm still at the point where let's hone in on this. Let's give further direction. We want it, according to Councilman Hammer, let's give this, if we're gonna do this, let's have repercussions if it's violated. So did you take enough notes? Is there anything else that we all need to add?
Well,
Councilman, I'll start with you, Councilman.
thank you, Mayor,
Johnson.
because listening to everybody, what I thought, because I had the same kind of recollection, my understanding was if we strike out holiday, we can move forward with this ordinance and be fine. Because there wouldn't, I didn't think there would be any repercussions unless, city attorney, you can clarify.
Well, when you mean repercussions, are you meaning what the penalties are? Because the penalties, we do have penalties in the ordinance, they're just in a different section. The only section we have here in front of us deals with the construction, but there is a penalty section built in the noise ordinance, which is section 92.09, which talks about, what happens if the civil noise infraction, criminal violation, or other remedies. And there are decibel levels. It's just not in that section. The decibel levels, the maximum permitted, are in section 92.06. So there is a complete ordinance, and it may be other provisions that you all want to look at. But I do want you to know, just because they're not in front of you now, it does not mean that they're not in the ordinance. It's just not the section that you all are considering.
Okay, so anybody want to add anything else? Okay. Mr. Morton, do you have enough?
I do.
All right, so we're now on new business or number 2, consideration of scheduling a budget workshop.
Mayor,
Yes.
I would actually pull the motion that was made and just
I
make a
did.
motion to
We
table it.
pulled the,
Motion to table.
Motion to table till the next council meeting.
I need got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by
I'll second.
Councilman Langevin. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We're now on item number 2. Madam Leffler.
Yes, thank you. Staff is requesting a budget workshop to discuss strategies and planning for fiscal year 26-27. The suggested date is Wednesday, January 14th at 6 p.m.
Okay. Gentlemen, did you hear that? The very first thing I wanted to say, we're going to start doing budget workshops in January. Now, my goal is to get, if you all agreed at one point, we have to appoint for a task force. I know I've got mine appointee. I'm going to encourage everyone, because I like for that task force to work in conjunction with these budget workshops and work with staff. on a continual basis. So we got our work cut out for us. And so I would highly recommend that everyone look at that task force that appointee. I know I've got one already that has extensive budget experience. So if you can, try to at least appoint them by next meeting, if you can. So January what is it? 14th?
January 14th,
And at what time?
6 PM.
And is that a Thursday or a Tuesday?
That's a Wednesday.
Okay. Do you just need consensus from us?
Yep, no motion, just consensus.
Okay, I guess we'll be there. Okay.
Isn't that the same night as the class that we're doing for the community?
Oh, no. When does the other class by?
The first
PD?
Wednesday Althea is doing.
Oh,
I think it's the 14th of January.
Wednesdays, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
No, for Althea's class.
I won't be able to be there that night.
Okay. So is there another day?
I want to say it's either the second or the third Wednesday of every month, so.
I'll be recovering from a surgery. The last week of the month works for me.
Let's see.
Help me, Father. Councilman Hammer.
I was just trying to find out when Althea's course is, because I'm actually registered for it, so if her course is that night, I think it's either the second or the third Wednesday of every month. I just want to know.
Thursday, the 29th.
I'm getting a signal that it's the third Wednesday. And it seems to be very much,
So how's
and
January?
it's not in this room.
How's January 29th?
Okay.
Is that January 29th better? Deputy Mayor?
I mean, it works for me. I don't know if any staff or anybody goes, but it's the VCOP appreciation banquet that evening.
I have what?
It's the VCOP
Oh,
appreciation banquet that evening.
oh.
Dang.
What's wrong with the Wednesday before, the 28th?
We can do 28th.
Yeah, okay. The 20, well, hold on. Deputy Mayor Spears, may I call up Deputy Mayor Spears?
Chief, yeah.
Deputy Chief, come on up. Deputy Chief.
He's like, that's less money.
Happens quick.
Hey, Deputy Chief, when is
Mayor.
those community classes?
They are on
That-
Wednesdays.
On Wednesdays, when do they begin?
Yep. It is the, it's the 21st, the third Wednesday of the month.
Third Wednesday, and that's every Wednesday
And it'll
subsequent
be,
to that?
it'll be every Wednesday for 8 weeks.
Okay, all right, so can we do Tuesday? Are you good Tuesday?
Well, the 28th, it's past his,
Every third Wednesday of every month, that's the 21st, so the 28th.
Yours is every third Wednesday.
No, mine's every Wednesday.
Every Wednesday,
Yes, sir.
every Wednesday.
27 work.
you guys have a task force, you don't need me here.
We do need, we do need you here. We do, don't. Oh, man. Help me, Lord. Help me, Father. Thank you, Jesus. All right, so,
It looks as though Tuesday, January 20th is open, at least in the chambers.
I think so.
Tuesday what, January what?
January 20th?
Okay. January 20th. Are we all good with that one? Okay, Tuesday, January 20th.
Okay.
All right. We got that one done. All right, we're on item number 3. Madam Smith.
Resolution 2025-45, A resolution of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending Resolution 2025-41, censuring Councilman Chandler Langevin for conduct unbecoming of an elected member of the City Council and for improperly using the City of Palm Bay letterhead, providing for an effective date.
Deputy Mayor, any speaker cards?
Deborah Braccoloni.
In regards, Debbie Braccoloni, 1821 Agoura Circle, Apartment 7. In regards to the censure, at this point, I don't think it makes a difference. He's already apologized. He's still doing his rhetoric. And he had said that, you know, about the letterhead and that he shouldn't have done it, but he did it anyway. So at this point, well, I may be, it's been a while. I'm old.
Just address to me.
But the thing of it is, the censure at this point, everything has happened. It's 2 months ago. It's time to let it go. We're going to be starting a new year. Let's start fresh. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker cards?
No, Mayor.
Okay, Madam Smith, you want to present this item?
This item, essentially what it does is just outline the process that we use as far as how Chandler Langevin what happened as far as him presenting items during the agenda, what happened as far as consensus, what does that mean for our compliance, so that process is spelled out. And it also sunsets those provisions for 45 days after the original resolution was passed, which would mean that what if sunset ended if this council adopts it pretty much a few days ago, and he would be able to continue on during the council reports and the bringing forth items. What would remain would be council's disapproval and the prohibition as far as being on boards.
Okay, council, what's your pleasure? I see no questions.
So moved.
I'll make a second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. And Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, just for discussion, I would, just curious to check the temperature of the rest of the council if you guys would be interested in making a policy moving forward that any council member would have to seek consistency at a previous meeting before placing any items on the following agenda. We already sort of do it now with ordinances. We just make the statement, hey, I'm going to bring forth an ordinance, but there's no ever any yay or nay or general consensus on that. And so just making a recommendation that that we change our council policy, that any council member that wants to place an item on a future agenda has to bring it up at a previous council meeting for a majority approval.
Or for consensus?
Or consensus.
Okay, Councilman Hammer.
Yeah, I'm torn on this because if we make this to where everything stands and it goes away after 45 days, it kind of opens it up to where this is something that we can do, where I think that's what this is all about. So, I mean, originally I was for the censure, I was for the, being removed from the boards, but I wasn't okay with the other things because I knew this is just where it was going to land us. I would like to amend it to make just all this go away and we go on with business as usual. But that's something I would like to see, because I just want to see, I just want to start over fresh in the new year, move on, and stop putting time into this, if that's possible.
Councilman Langevin.
So a couple things. Well, the first one, because I rung in initially to respond to the deputy mayor's point. I don't really agree. I like the idea that we can put something on the agenda. It goes under new business. Obviously, we're going to talk about it and debate it. But when you put something on the agenda, and then even if it's short, you have a memorandum, it gives the councilman time to read it, sleep on it for, at least a night, and then start thinking about it before they come in. Because sometimes there's items where, if I go here during council reports and I go, hey, I'm thinking about this, and all you hear is kind of this brief description, and you just have a flashpoint to think about it, and you go, I don't know, I don't like it, and then it dies before it even has time for discussion. So I like the idea that we can put something on the agenda. Maybe when you first read the title, you might go, I don't know, but then you think about it, you read the legislative memorandum, you sleep on it, maybe you call somebody, you have time to think about the idea, and then we can come have a discussion about it instead of maybe it being brought up again in the future, but it kind of sounds weird, so it's like, no, we're just gonna not give consensus. And I mean, this council's been pretty good in dealing with some of those things now, but I mean, this is a policy that could go on for a long time, so I don't want to set that precedent. I'd rather councilmen be able to put an item on the agenda, and then, if you don't like it, then, we debate it and we vote it down, and that's fine to that point. So moving on to my second point in reference to the censor and what we're talking about here tonight. So you mentioned the 45-day sunset clause. So that would still, in other words, can say that the punitive measures on the censor were enacted. We're not changing anything with that, but they're just sunsetted and now they're gone. Is that what this would end up saying?
Madam Attorney?
They already occurred. So what we're saying is how they worked and that they would be ended.
So the problem with this and the point of the lawsuit is that you cannot enact punitive measures against a duly elected representative, preventing him from doing his primary roles as a city councilman. So that's fine and dandy that we want to remove we'll have a 45-day sunset clause, but the point of the lawsuit is we're setting a precedent that allows any other city council in the country to start saying, if we don't like what a city councilman says, we can just prevent him from talking in council reports. So I disagree with this. I'm going to vote no on this tonight, unless we amend it to say, yeah, we recognize that the punitive measures that we implemented, particularly not being able to speak in council reports and not being able to add an item to the agenda, were in violation of the Constitution, and we are going to rescind those because we realize we were wrong, and then I'll vote on that tonight. But if we're just saying, well, 45-day sunset clause and we'll push it under the rug and move on, no, sorry, we're going to continue with the lawsuit because I can't allow that precedent to be set for the entire country, for other cities, for other county commissions.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes, Mayor, I'm actually in favor of what Deputy Mayor Jaffe's proposing because honestly, with the previous councils, we went with that. Like, we thought it was already on the books. Like, we always would seek consensus. And me as a council member, I would like to know the temperature of the room, whether it's a moratorium or other items. There was items that I brought up that council really wasn't in favor for, but Mayor, you would hear me out still. Like, all right, do your research and then bring it back and let's have a discussion. Otherwise, there was other times where it was like a no-go. And I'm like, all right, before I put 6 months of effort into something and do all this legwork, like, let me at least know, okay, the temperature's not there. So I'm for it, Deputy Mayor, because I actually, when I first got on council, because everybody was seeking consensus, I thought that's what it was, but it wasn't, so.
Well, I'll weigh in. Deputy Mayor, I'm in agreement too with you and Councilman Johnson. And then there's the other issue to that, but I do agree. But that's not part of this motion.
Correct.
No.
Right? That's not part of this motion, but I would like to have that implemented in our policy. So if we need to make that, bring that back, however that's going to work. But right now, what's before us today is this item that's already been moved by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. And here's where I'm at. We sent this up. We sent this up to the governor. And the way I'm tracking this, the governor hasn't reacted. But there was two things that really stand out, and that was the removal of the boards, right? And I think that in and of itself, that language was good. regarding the censure. So I'm good with the motion, because we did what we could do as a body. And I really believe that, we had to accomplish something, and that's how we reacted. So right now, I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
I need a roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe?
Aye.
Councilman Johnson?
Aye.
Councilman Hammer?
Nay.
Councilman Langevin?
Nay.
Mayor Medina?
Aye. Passes 3-2. And then for further discussion, I'd like to see what we could do about bringing this item back, Madam Attorney. Would that be you, or making this as policy, Terry, to work on this where three,
Yep.
you get consensus to bring forth and change our policy to bring forth an ordinance?
Yes, I'll get with the city clerk.
All right, thank you, ma'am. So right now, we're on council reports. Councilman Langevin.
All right. So I think my only question is to go back to the beginning of the meeting and get a little more clarity, because really we were in the middle of a proclamation and it was kind of surprising. So we started talking about homeless buses. So I just wanted to get a little more clarity on, where we're proposing that we're putting the buses and what that looks like.
I can speak. So I can speak on.
Okay, go ahead.
So my intention were for the buses to be on church properties, but the confusion was with certain, like Mr. Morton clarified for me, certain bylaws. It's based off the bylaws of the churches. So if one church says in their bylaws, they're going to help the needy, they're going to aid those who need aiding, then they can have it. Those that don't have it, they can't. So it was more so to kind of we have a plethora of churches in Palm Bay, and we as possibly like a facilitator, like, hey, here's the resources of all the churches we know. Y'all can reach out to them, see who's interested in utilizing their space. So that was my intention on that part. The other part with the VA and with Stand Down and with homelessness, that was just looking at, hey, this is an avenue you can go for a co-sponsorship to utilize a city facility like Tony Rosa Community Center, just like they've done for Career Source, and just have them come together and get them the services they need, whether we need to have a veteran service officer for the homeless vets or whatever. That was the other side of it. Yep.
Thank you, Councilman Johnson. I think that's all I have. I'll yield.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hammer?
Yes, I have two things to discuss. First one, I want to see how everybody feels about doing oversight on how difficult it is to do business in Palm Bay. I am getting a lot of people reaching out about how hard things are, issues with starting your business. I would say the last 10 years I've heard people don't come to Palm Bay because it's so difficult. I have two people that have reached out to me. We're sitting here trying to bring people to Palm Bay, bring your business to Palm Bay, start coming to Palm Bay. And I have two people that have came to Palm Bay and can't even open their doors because things are so difficult. That's my first thing. I want to see how everybody feels about having some kind of, I don't know if there would be some kind of, I would say looking into what our policies are, some of the things that are preventing business in Palm Bay. For example, you can have have a business here, then 3 doors down they're doing a business, and you're denying this business when the same thing's going on 3 doors down, or three lots down. It's just there's a lot of things that are making moving to Palm Bay difficult, and I'm saying it's at once a week now. I'm getting a call about somebody not being able to get their CO, or somebody moved all their business here, and now they're being denied being able to park a vehicle on their property.
So I have a question about that. When that occurs, do you involve staff to try and resolve the issue?
Yeah.
And if so, where's the holdup if staff doesn't resolve it?
Everyone's looking into it, so it's not the fact that it's not being looked into. It's just, I'm seeing it pop up a little bit more and more.
To the point where you're like, something, there's a hole, there's a leak.
Yeah.
So what are you proposing?
If we can have some kind of, if we can have staff, you know, I don't know if we've had the same standards for the last 15 years in Palm Bay, but if there's something we can do to make business in Palm Bay a little bit easier.
Well, you know, I've actually had conversations with our city manager, and he's actually itemizing things like that right now. He's actually making things, reviewing our operations internally. I stay on top of those things with Mr. Morton right now, and he's included Mr. Di Lorenzo, he's included even George Barber, his entire team, Dr. Brian Robinson. They're collectively looking at how we're doing operations and how we can, you heard him say it earlier in my eyes, you heard him say it with the ordinance, changing non-conforming ordinances to actually, so I'm not sure if we're gonna create something or if they're already approaching it.
I'm
But
sure
either
they are
way,
approaching it. I just want to stress my support in making sure these,
Okay.
you know, these things are made easier for people to come to Palm Bay, because
That is an objective.
that is, you know, that is one of the things that keeps people from doing business as Palm Bay, is how hard it is. So I just, you know, I'm not trying to say anything needs to be done, but I'm saying, I'm stressing the fact of how important that is, because we do hear about it a lot.
Well, Councilman Hammer, I'm in total agreement with that. And I think that City of Palm Bay as a whole has done an impeccable job since 2020. But I will say that in the last 7 months that Mr. Morton's been with us, I've seen a shift in that direction with leadership and that culture of looking at ways how we can better serve the community, better serve the residents, and moreover, better serve the commercial enterprise. So we're in agreement there. And I think, Mr. Morton, if anything, you've got an overwhelming amount of consensus on this board regarding that. Is there anything you wanted to add regarding that?
No, I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Councilman Langevin, you're up.
Yeah, so,
I had two.
Okay.
on to this point, but, I mean, I was mostly gonna agree. I've heard similar cases, but, you know, we've thrown in an amazing amount at our new city manager and our staff this year, and they've got a huge year, I think an instrumental year coming up, that's really gonna change the city. But I think part of that major DOGE effort that we're working on, and I guess what was already said, but I'll reiterate it, is for us to stress that, you know, government efficiency, yes, it looks at where we can cut, but it also looks at just where we can be more efficient in every area, including, you know, making our city more business friendly and stuff like that. So like you guys said, we just, you know, stress that point to Mr. Morton and the staff that is part of kind of the DOGE effort as well. But obviously we understand that they have a lot of work next year.
Copy that. Back to you, Councilman Hammer, for your second item.
My second item, I just want to reach out and say thank you to our police chief for their big bust. And I want to go on record as saying I sleep better at night knowing you're at the helm. I'm absolutely proud of everything that you've done, and I am happy to be a Palm Bay resident knowing something like that happened and it was addressed as quickly and as tactfully, knowing the weapons, everything that was there, it was done without harm. And adding into that with the environment for officers being treated how they are and being gunned down and being targeted, it is tasteful to know that went down without a hitch. How the organization and everything in that movement went down without anybody being harmed. I just wanted to say thank you for how tactful you were in making sure nobody was hurt, our officers, even the suspect. It's how things should be done, and I want to say thank you.
Does that conclude your?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson.
Nothing, Mayor, other than I echo the same remarks from Councilman Hammer. That was huge. That was scary, but huge, but because it just shows that it can happen in our backyards. Like, we all think it could just only be in Miami or the big cities, but they tend to try to sneak here as well because we're a quiet city, but we stay alert, stay alive. So thank you, Chief, Deputy Chief. Y'all stay safe. Appreciate y'all.
Hoorah. Deputy Mayor?
Wait. Oh, man.
Okay.
Thank
yes,
you.
were.
I'm going to appoint Anthony Abate for the Sustainability Advisory Board. Susan Connolly was my appointee, so I was one of the ones who needed to appoint somebody, so that's it.
Well, thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to comment on some of the previous council members' topics. Thank you, Councilman Johnson, for working on the bus initiative. You know, I think tonight the city showed them a clear path forward with the churches, and I saw 15 to 20 people here from homeless organizations. I don't know if we need to offer up any more support at this time. I think they should go out and knock doors with the churches, and you know, they're provided funding and they also have the manpower and the resources to do it. I don't know if the city needs to get involved further at this point until they come back to us with some identifiable properties. You know, further point, you know, to the BTR application or, you know, becoming a business in Palm Bay. You know, we've had this tremendous staff turnover over the years in management, you know, and I think we just need to let Mr. Morton continue to do his job. You know, I know I tried to start a business in Palm Bay prior to running the council, and it was very, very challenging, and it was one of the reasons why I decided to run, and ultimately ended up opening my business in West Melbourne because it was one sheet of paper, and Palm Bay's was like 30. So, you know, obviously processes can make things easier, but I have full confidence in Mr. Morton and Mr. DiLorenzo to improve those inefficiencies. And then just wanted to comment, I'm sure the mayor will too, but, you know, had the opportunity to attend Reindeer Run this morning. That's put on by our police department, and Mayor Medina was there this morning, and a lot of staff, and Mr. Morton, and just incredible what took place this morning. For 22 years, Palm Bay PD's been hosting Reindeer Run and supplying gifts to underprivileged children in our community, and upwards up to around 100 plus kids. And you know, it's amazing what COVID and inflation has done. And you know, for the budget that's provided per student, you would think it would buy a lot, and it doesn't. And I witnessed today police officers reaching into their own pocket and supplementing their own money to buy gifts up and above and beyond for so many of these students that need it. So a lot of credit to our police department for doing that, and just, you know, and everything that they do to keep our community safe. So with that, I'll conclude my report. Thank you.
You know, you're spot on, and that's the norm. I've gone to these reindeer runs, and they always go into their own pockets, and that's the type of service we have. That's the type of law enforcement officials we had. Listen, this week it was an extreme honor for me to be able to witness the funeral for 25-year veteran of Indian River County, Deputy Terry Sweetie Mashkow. Gentlemen, I'm here to tell you, and subsequently, right before that funeral, Port St. Lucie Sergeant, a 27-year veteran, Eric Levasseur, I believe that's how you would pronounce his name. He survived. He was shot in the face, and not only once, but it was with an AK-47, if I'm remembering correctly. But either way, shot in the face, I think once and even twice. That's what our law enforcement people are enduring out there. And let's not forget how difficult it is to go from one call to the next call. And then when you couple that with arrogance of people, people that they deal with that are constantly breaking and violating the law and seeing how they can violate the law, it is incumbent upon us to continue to give them the tools to solve crimes. Yes, FLOG, license plate readers. This nation's a little different than when I was growing up. The hostility that's out there to the public, and yet our law enforcement people are the only ones that stand in that gap. And I think we don't recognize that enough. Each and every public safety officer. So, listen, that Sergeant Terry Sweetie Mashkow, she was going with a locksmith to apply. She was part of the civil division to go into an eviction that the mother actually wanted her son evicted out of that house. Now, and she lost her life. She gave her life in the call of duty. And I got to tell you, tomorrow's never guaranteed. But these men and women that don the uniform every day to protect us from the dregs of this world, of this community that try to infiltrate and break up families and destroy us, that's why you'll always see that I'll stand the gap for them, because there's no way I could stand the gap in what they do day in and day out. So if you're listening out there, we truly appreciate you. We love you. And your first mission is to just get back home. Get back home to your families. And with that being said, we lost an outstanding citizen, and it was devastating news for me today. And I will say that tomorrow's never guaranteed. And so I can look to my left, and I can look to my right, and I can proudly say that I love each and every one of you. Even those of you that don't agree with me, I love you. God bless you. That concludes my reports. Mr. Morton.
Yes, thank you. I've got a few items tonight to cover. I am going to backtrack and speak a little bit to economic development. And, one of the biggest changes we're trying to bring, and I've mentioned it to council, I've mentioned it to people, is, Palm Bay has never had in sight end-to-end continuity of economic development. And so we keep going for these one-offs. And what we're trying to do is really bring an end-to-end continuity system. What does that mean? That means everything from code enforcement. Let's talk about code enforcement. Why would I want to go shop at a shopping center that's dilapidated, ugly, run down, garbage everywhere, potholes, when I can go 5 miles away and shop at a beautiful shopping center where I feel safe, my car doesn't hit a tire and get a pothole, right? So how does code enforcement impact economic development? It does in many, many ways that many of us don't think about. It's our engineering inspections, it's our post inspections, it's our BTRs. It's the fact that the only small business development center in the county for years ago was located up in Cocoa Beach. We're the job center. We have the most employees in the county, with the most population in the county. Why don't we have a small business economic development center here funded by the state of Florida, partnership through university here? It's the hospitality approach, where we bring people into City Hall. It's our billing department. It's our growth management department, right? It's all these things working together. And so, we talk about it all the time. We're making small moves now. We're trying to get some alignment and changes and get some organization. And that's part of the discussion. The reason I think it's important is as part of these conversations we're having around, if anyone's watching us thinking of applying or maybe not for this economic development director position. Economic development, in my view, is more than just someone sitting in an office waiting for the phone to ring and then running out to meet somebody or getting an airline ticket or having a code name for a special project. It's making sure that we're proactively thinking about beautification in our city, that we're proactively thinking about the interlinks we have with our education and our school system and our talent pipelines, with our job creators, are forming a true entrepreneurial ecosystem here in the city of Palm Bay, which doesn't exist, right? And so the conversation's great. I think it is one of the most important challenges that you guys have issued to us. We're going to continue to press the needle on that. We're going to continue to have challenges until we get that fully resolved. So, one of the challenges, Councilman Hammer brought to us, it's very difficult, but we created a path forward today, I believe, for that business owner. We're working with the tools that we have, and as we see objective, clear ways to bring proposals back to add tools, I think, unfortunately, one of the first reactions of government traditionally is we have a problem, we add a new regulation. The problem doesn't fix, we add 3 new regulations. In the terms of economic development, or what we heard tonight with these folks with the pool cage, sometimes when you think about removing regulations and obstacles and barriers and making more common sense out of things, you guys have been very willing to listen to those discussions and arguments. So yes, we'll continue to work. Councilman Howard, love to continue to work with you on inefficiencies. Councilman Jaffe, you know, all you bring things to me you see. We try to take those into action, put them into a framework that's going to make sense, right? Not always whacking the fly with the sledgehammer as an overreaction, but how do we start aligning these systems? It's going to take a little time. It might be painful, but we do appreciate the support and your continued pressing in on that as we move forward. So just wanted to kind of, you know, bring some clarity around that. So I'm praying that we find an economic development director who can think that way. He's thinking economic development is this big, to be successful, we got to think about many, many moving parts, many components, many interactions, engagements, and creativity around all these parts, zoning, LDC, right, land development code, all these things that do impact, to your point, the ability to start a business in our community. Jason and I have been talking about how we get a small business development center in Palm Bay. It makes no sense to me why it isn't here in City Hall on this campus. So if you're starting a ministry, come in and you've got those resources, those interactions, and the help right here, instead of not even, if you know it's in Cocoa, driving 45 minutes up there to go get some help. So I appreciate the conversation. I know you might get upset for me bringing it up because you said you didn't necessarily want to be recognized, but, you know, Councilman Johnson asked for a lot of information in the last 6 months in respects to the regional water treatment facility, asked some really good, hard questions. It was because of those hard questions that he asked, he didn't even know we were carrying it forward. In essence, we're returning about $500,000 to the taxpayers of Palm Bay on a regional wastewater facility project. So thanks for asking the right questions. Gave us the tools to go in and negotiate hard with the contractors. And here we are, $363,000 guaranteed savings and probably $200,000 moving forward, back to the ratepayers of Palm Bay. So we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Good job.
Hey, that's staff. That's staff. Mr. Morton, I appreciate it, but
That's,
it was just things that made you go, but I appreciate staff for jumping on the ball and getting that done, so thank y'all.
so is that for your doctorate that you're working on?
So
Pending.
we are going to have a complete IT outage with the exception of our emergency dispatch services. Police did an expert job, so did fire, coordinating their alternative methods of communication. But for Friday and for Saturday, and maybe even into Sunday, if you try to call City Hall, your call will not go through. We've been communicating this, I'm going to communicate it again. If you send us an email, it will not come through. So emails may come back to us in the system, calls will not be stored anywhere. We're hoping the emails get stuck in the server and come out. This is because we have a major initiative to do a fiber cutover, and there just was simply no way around some service disruption. So I just want to say it again. If you call us on Friday, we're not going to answer. We promise we're not ignoring you. And you probably will not be able to leave a message, and if you were, we may never get that message. If you send an email and you wonder why you didn't get a response, we may not have ever gotten that email. So if people can wait till Monday to start recommunicating, unless it's an emergency, of course, and traditional emergency systems will be open. We just don't want people to think like we're ignoring them or they got lost, but it will be a complete IT outage. Because of that, offices will have limited functionality and limited interoperability. We could have worked around better, but as everyone already knows, it's very difficult cell service in Brevard County, and so a lot of our systems that would rely on the redundancy of cellular coverage just simply don't exist. In fact, we're having conversations with Verizon on how we can improve that interoperability moving forward for our SCADA and telemetry systems and our utility plants, because those can be at risk. So it's a big issue, but again, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it's going to be very difficult for communications coming in and out of City Hall. Had a great city manager coffee this week. I changed the script a little bit, and we listened. I asked the community to tell me what their ideal views of transparency were, how we could be more transparent as a government entity and organization. Most of the conversations revolved around improving access and clarity to our website, and then also publishing somewhere on the website the response to all the citizen comments monthly that we deal with here, so people can go follow up with the answers. A lot of times we do take folks out, we answer a question, and in our minds, a lot of times we think, oh, it's specifically for that person, but a lot of other folks are interested in hearing those answers. So we're going to do a better job publishing those. The comments were well taken, and so I thank the community for that, and we're going to continue to bring that back. And then lastly, along with all these initiatives we've been talking about, which staff has been extraordinarily receptive to, we launched what we call our Comic-Con, which is not a comic book convention, but it's really the idea of us getting around our city's needs. And so what we're trying to do is improve more than we've ever had and promote interdepartmental communication. We're improving our transparency and consistency internally. We're identifying right now infrastructure gaps and ways that we can support our ongoing capital planning efforts that revolve around our level of service, how we impact our citizens and our customers, and how we solve concerns around wastewater, stormwater and drainage, water, solid waste, parks and rec, transportation, fire department, and utilities. We're trying to align that around our growth and our fiscal planning, in order to help with our fiscal planning. And we're doing this all to streamline our concurrency. And we really think that through that ordinary review, it'll help us achieve better levels of sustainable growth, and be more communicative to our community and the development community on understanding what our true needs are, not just to build things, not just to create the city, but to sustain it in the most fiscal responsible way moving forward. So we had a great kickoff session to that. Super excited. Two more items that I cannot not mention. First is simple. Tomorrow, all day at the Walmarts, our fire department is going to be engaged in the Ring the Bell campaign, which is a great initiative to support charities and to support the community. So if you can get out, see our firemen ringing the bell, put some change in the kettle. Really proud of our fire department. They're pushing in 24/7 just as hard as any other of our frontline 24/7 agencies and accomplishing great things. They've had a big period of transition as well, but really grateful for what Chief Stover's done and what the men and women of the fire department are doing. Had a great opportunity to go have dinner at Fire Station 1 last week, was there for a few hours, and it's always amazing to sit there and to hear and to listen the concerns, the challenges, but the positive outlook. Despite all the operational challenges they have, these folks are so dedicated to go hit it 24/7 and take care of business and protect our community. Really grateful for that. And last but not least, had an amazing opportunity today to spend 2 hours out at the Public Works Department for their annual Public Works Employee Celebration. You know, just phenomenal to meet the folks that get it done. Same thing, 24/7. We don't give them a lot of credit or recognition or as much as they should get, but they're literally out and about 7 days a week, 365 days a year, getting in the ditches. You know, we had a tragic loss of life. We don't talk about a whole lot of a public utilities employee down south of here, right? Dangerous work, hard work, standing out in traffic, doing those things. So what a pleasure it was to be invited to spend time, to eat lunch, to serve with our public works folks, and just what a dedicated, fantastic group of people we've got there. Really grateful for that. That's all I've got tonight. Thank you for listening.
Well, and Madam Smith,
Nothing further.
so I'd like to end with tomorrow evening, it's the Christmas lighting. Be there. And then Saturday evening, we have the Christmas parade. God bless y'all. This meeting's adjourned.
Yeah, that was